Ah, fuck. Okay, finally. I had, I had some problems, getting, it to capture the game. So, that's why I'm a bit later than, 2:30. Okay, but that just means, okay, so that's all up. Um, Hi, my name's Remy. I remember there being like an audio clip that was like, "Hi, my name's Reggie." Something like that. It was a bit higher pitched. I think I remember hearing some guy use it in his video, and I thought it was fucking funny. Um, I just need to get back. I need to get the advertisements out. Ah, shit. Ah, relax. There we go. Control A, Control C. There we go. Ah, no, it embedded improperly. No, damn it. Ah, fuck. I want an assured way for the Twitch link to embed with the stream title in it, because I don't know how I'm supposed to guarantee that to work. Um, one, two, here. Fuck me, that's annoying. That is annoying. I also haven't streamed in a fucking week. Hi, my name is Remy. Did that not? 15 seconds. There we go. Okay. That's all the advertisements. We're good. God, I really don't like the way that, I really don't like the way that it captures this game. Just the way I have it set up to capture. Because for some reason it doesn't want to do auto capture, which is a bit annoying. it just makes the game look a bit smaller than I'd like it to be. Just sad. Oh well. Start. Continue your journey, Wolf. Yes. Anyways, I'll be doing Remy's bad ending today. Trauma. Chapter 1. I have something in my jeans, like a piece of dry grass rubbing up against my thigh, and it feels very uncomfortable. I awoke from uneasy dreams, looking at an unfamiliar ceiling. Just for a moment, I wondered where I was before the events of last night all came back to me. After a good stretch, I looked around the room illuminated by sunlight coming in from the window. Outside, in the distance, the portal I had emerged from proudly stood on the peak of a small hill. Getting ready, I noticed something lying on the table. It was the note Remy had left for me in case I needed anything, along with his own home phone and work number. There were also some numbers for delivery of food and other necessities, as well as emergency and even janitorial services. He had certainly thought of everything, even though I now had to wonder what a dragon plumber might look like. I've been through this before. Another dragon, it's Sebastian? Save some time and skip to the character selection. I will skip ahead, because we've done this shit before. We've done this shit before. Oh, nice cats. Anyways, yeah, I want to skip ahead. Okay, so this means just first death. There's been the first death. I don't think there was really anything we could do there anyways. It skips a lot, but it's whatever. Chapter 1. Is there anything else in Chapter 1 I should check? That I don't have for achievements, but I don't think there is. Learn a lot about fruit. No, yeah, there's nothing in Chapter 1 for me to do. Bryce led me back to the apartment. I guess there wasn't really much for me to do in the meantime, as I was spared the more arduous parts of the investigation. I forgot if I read this already. Maybe I should have been glad about this, then I had an afternoon to fill. Oh, Remy. Remy's bad ending. Okay. Remy. Yes. I'm being slow about this. Sorry. Remy. How is Remy? Remy. Oh, Remy. Casamero is British. Casamera's. How the fuck did I voice Remy for this? Because I know I voiced Remy some way. How did I voice Remy? Remy. And I know Ipsum, Lorem ipsum. Lorem ipsum. Fuck! How did I only now just get that? Fuck. Lorem ipsum. That's the filler text. I believe, right? Lorem ipsum? Fuck. Right, because, yeah, he... Hold on, I'm getting sidetracked. This is Lorem. This is Lorem. And, it doesn't mention ipsum. Because I'm fairly sure his name is fucking ipsum. Fuck. Okay. I only now just got that. Ah, fuck. What other puns are there in this that I've missed? I imagine maybe Katsuharu is something. But I don't know enough Japanese to say what that might be. He told me to meet him in the lobby, but no one's here. Maybe I should look for him. He can't be too far after all. So I've technically done Remy's bad ending before, and I know I've mentioned this, but I didn't do it on stream because I did it when I first got the game, and that was years ago. Don't skip ahead. It was quite a spacious building, lined with many bookcases on multiple floors. From the looks of it, it seemed to be as much of an archive as it was a library. The immaculate order permeating the chamber. Oh, with immaculate order permeating the chamber. It was the kind of place I could see myself getting lost in for an afternoon or two, thumbing through all the interesting books it could offer me. I was looking around in wonder when suddenly a voice penetrated the silence. Remy! I couldn't see who the voice belonged to, but it came from the more private area in the back. It was followed by footsteps that approached it. And if I remember correctly... Hold on. I'm going to need a notebook for this, for scratch paper, because if I'm remembering Remy's first date correctly, there's a bit of a puzzle to it. Oh, you're still here? Of course I'm still here. I have business to attend to. I think it's Amara. Certainly, I just assumed you'd be done by now, Amira. Guess your assumption was wrong, then. Be a good boy and bring me some coffee, will you? Of course, Amira. I heard more movement, though I still could not see either of the two who spoke behind all the bookcases. I assumed the area was off limits to a visitor like myself, and decided to wait. Here you go. Now let me read in peace, you silly boy. Of course. I didn't give him a lorem nasally. Did I give him a nasally voice? Because I heard him walk towards my direction until he emerged from behind a bookcase and spotted me. Voice. I forgot Remy's voice. Because I don't think I do Remy all that often. Oh, hello, Wolf. I didn't expect to see you so soon. Or to be safe than sorry. Well, I'm glad to see you again, at any rate. Maybe it was a bit of an airy voice. Who was back there? I guess you heard that, didn't you? It was my superior. She's the Minister of Culture and Arts, which means I'm technically in her employment. Though generally speaking, I work for the council at large, not just her. So this is where you work, huh? Most of the time, yes. That makes you a librarian, I suppose. There's a little more to it. I'm not just in charge of the books. I'm a scholar and study them too. Study them too. Not study them often too. Study them too. For example, if the... The council requests knowledge on certain topics, like facts, statistics, or other information of interest. It's part of my job to research it and present it to them in an appropriate manner. Oh, shit. My brain is working very slow right now. Research it and present it to them. So basically you're an expert on everything. That sounds like the sort of thing I'd like to do. Just thinking about that doing, this one. Guess you came to the right place then. Anyways, was there a particular reason why you wanted to meet me? It's interesting. You're just too damn cute. I was interested in what you said the other day. It's about humans, question mark. I was bored and coming here seemed to be the most interesting option. Seems a bit dismissive. I don't know if I want to do this with Remy. Remy, not Remy. Remy, not Remy. Remy is a different person. The last one, yeah. I'll just take that as a compliment. Either way, now that you're here, you could help me with something. I've got some books that need to be sorted over there. How do I fit them in? Alphabetic. I imagine there should be like a Dewey Decimal System. Right? Oh no, the arrangements you see in this library is based on a sophisticated system that sorts everything in a very intuitive manner based on a number of criteria. Genre, author, complexity, and age. As you can probably tell, we have a lot of specimens. So just sorting them by alphabet would be far from suff and efficient. Oh, okay. Shit. It sounds very complicated. It's not that hard. I'll show you. Basically, these 8 books... fuck, there are 8 of these. You see over here, over there, we're all part of a section that was moved, so they have to be sorted into their new area. The problem is, their libraries are so old that they've started to fade away, which makes sorting them a little harder. They will get new labels soon, but until then, we'll just have to make do with what we have here. All of them are by Hazik Akil, a writer on the subject of history, and a very prolific one, I might add. You will find the shelf they belong to over there. Now it is just a matter of placing them in the right order, from oldest to newest. I have written down everything still legible from the old labels there. Here. For someone like you, putting them in order shouldn't be a problem. In any case, I'll work on something else in the meantime, so let me know once you're done. I know there's an achievement for doing this correctly. On the first try, but I have that achievement. I think I might have done that on stream. But that's been a while ago. Probably last summer. Hints. The Third War is directly preceded by the Spark. The First War is directly preceded by the Inception. The Invention is not the third, seventh, or last book. The Second War is the fourth book. There is only one book before the First War. The Enlightenment comes at some point after the Third War. show hints. Okay. Okay, okay, no. Okay. Hooray, let's do puzzle shit. The first war is directly preceded by the Inception, and there's only one book before the first war. So, automatically that tells me, it is the Inception. And the first war. The second war is the fourth book, so the second war. So there's something between the first war and the second war. So the first war is directly preceded by the Inception. The Invention is not the third, seventh, or last book. So I'm... One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8. The third war is directly preceded by the Spark. The first war is... Okay, so I have the order: the Inception, the first war, blank, the second war. Right? There is only one book before the first war. So that must be the Inception. So it's the Inception, the first war. So what's the third fucking book? Because the second war is the fourth book. Directly preceded by. I'm missing something here. The Invention is not the third, seventh, or last book. Am I missing something? What is the third book? The third war is directly preceded by the Spark. But that doesn't tell me... Because logically, the third war should come somewhere after the second war. Is not the third, seventh, or last book. The Enlightenment comes at some... The second war is the fourth book. There's only one book before the first war. Is there another book? Oh, there is. So there is, so I'm thinking, the tribe, then. Okay, check. Oh, hey, Evolk. I am working on a puzzle. Dinner is cooking. What is your dinner for tonight, my canine companion? Indeed, a puzzle. It's a word puzzle. And it's kind of fucky, so... Ooh. I tried making poutine once with country gravy. It did not taste that good, all things considered. I remember doing that. That would have been a few months ago. A month or two. So, my brother cooked it once. And he used a brown gravy. And that was pretty good. He used a brown gravy and then put shredded mozzarella on top of it. Also, he did not use, he did not use, French fries. He used, tater tots. I think it normally uses, Ooh! Interesting. Honestly, I think I'd prefer just to use bolognese sauce with spaghetti. Anyways, I'm thinking that the invention is the 5th book. And then I'm thinking the spark. The 3rd war. The Enlightenment. The inception, the 1st war, the tribe, the 2nd war, the invention, the spark, the 3rd war, the enlightenment. Okay. The 3rd war is directly preceded by the spark. Yes. The 1st war is directly preceded by the inception. Yes. The invention is not the 3rd, 7th, or last book. Yes, because I put it's the 5th. The 2nd war is the 4th book. There's only one book before the 1st war. The Enlightenment comes at some point after the 3rd war. Okay. So the 1st book is the Inception. The 2nd book is the 1st war. The 3rd book is the Tribe. The 4th book is the 2nd war. The 5th book is the Invention. 6th book is the Spark. 7th book is the 3rd war. 8th book is the Enlightenment. Oh, you're done? Let's take a look then. Seems you got it all right. Well done, Wolf. Yeah, I did it right. Woo. I used a piece of paper for that. I'm gonna just toss that. One sec. Should probably clean up my desk a little. It's not messy, but there's just stuff on it. I didn't know I could have this much fun in a library. you were serious, but I appreciate your help regardless. In any case, there's a box that belongs in storage. You can put that away. I'll finish the last bit of sorting, then we will be done for the day. Sure thing. Great, see you in a bit then. Phew, that is heavier than I thought. I lifted the box and carried it towards its shelf, but just as I was about to reach it, I tripped suddenly, sending me to the ground as the contents of the box spilled across the floor. Good. Ouch. I scrambled to gather the various items as the voice of the dragon called out to me. Is everything alright? Before I could answer, Remy came around the corner, his face bearing a look of disapproval. He stooped over and helped me pick up the spilled objects. Yeah, I'm fine. I was mainly talking about the priceless artifacts you just dropped. Sorry. Doesn't look like anything is broken. That could have ended up much worse. It sure could have. What is all this stuff anyway? In preparation for your arrival, I wanted to study what knowledge we had on humans. And what did you learn? Not much. The human is a creature shrouded in mystery and legend, yet one we apparently share some history with. Sure, dragon, tell me I'm the mythological creature. Hold on. Something occurred. It's kinda... Okay. That's something I can, That's something I can do later. Sorry. As the story goes, we dragons were once a primitive and savage civilization, living in caves and whatnot. We fought other creatures amongst each other for resources and territory. One day, however, a human arrived who performed many miracles and gave us the gifts of electricity and reason. We therefore, what? We referred to this event as our awakening. What happened to them? And who were they anyway? They say it was a divine creature, a supernatural being that saved our species by making peace between our clans and uniting us, as our numbers were dwindling from our pointless conflicts. And when the deed was done, they ascended to the heavens from where they came, or turned into a dragon and lived among us, ruling with kindness and wisdom until their eventual passing, depending on who you ask. And what do you make of this story? As unlikely as it sounds, there is evidence for sudden and unprecedented technological advancement in our timeline. We have artifacts from that time that couldn't have been built with the knowledge we had back then. I'm starting to think you already have a theory. Indeed, I take it you are familiar with the way the portals through which you traveled here actually work. Sure. I mean, I guess technically I am now. It's simple, really. There are spontaneous wormholes that pop into existence now and then, but they're highly unstable nature. I'm stumbling over my fucking words. There are spontaneous wormholes that pop into existence now and then, but their highly unstable nature, means they instantly collapse in on themselves. The machinery of the portal merely stabilizes the wormholes so that we may utilize it. We actually are just taking advantage of a naturally occurring phenomenon. Fascinating stuff. Long story short, my theory is that this legendary person stumbled upon one of these natural wormholes in the split second it existed, bringing them into our world. Being thrusted into an unfamiliar world with no means to return to their own. Talk about being at the wrong place at the wrong time. Or just the right one, if you ask me. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be here today. Oh, what I would give to know more about them. How do you know so much about the portal anyway? We found it a while ago, so we've had time to study it. Not me personally, mind you, but I followed its developments with great interest. What else have you... Ow. What else have you discovered about it? Not much, I'm afraid. We didn't want to take the risk of permanent damage. So we won't do anything rash until we completely understand the technology and can replicate it for ourselves. So far, the only thing it has done for us was locating your portal and connecting us to it. From the interface, it appears to have more functions, but we haven't been able to get any of them to work. We were not even sure what it was capable of when we initially turned it on. Only after some time of being active did it finally find your portal, and only then were we able to make the connection. Making that discovery must have been very exciting, especially when you made contact with us and started exchanging letters. With us. With us, I don't like how it's used twice. And started exchanging letters, period. Just stop there. Contact with us and started exchanging letters. There. You don't need to use with us twice. Oh, you have no idea, especially when Reza arrived and he turned out to be a human, of all things. Some people still worship them, you know? You've mentioned that before. How does that work? Do you have some kind of organized religion based around us? This? Not exactly. It's more of an adoration on a personal level. I'd count myself amongst them if it wasn't for the fact that I consider myself to have a more reasonable approach to it than others. For example, there are those that believe there is much more to your sudden appearance than there really is. I think they expect some sort of miracle from you, similar to what was ascribed to humans in the past. I can tell you that there's nothing supernatural about me. That's what I expected. Either way, as a scholar, I'm looking forward to see everything your PDAs have to offer. I could show you sometime. I see. Well, don't worry about explaining them to me. I'm sure you have much more important things to do while you're here. It is just a question of time until one of them ends up with me anyway. Actually, the PDAs are one of the reasons I volunteered to come here. Oops. What do you mean? I know them pretty well. Enough to explain how they work, at least. Of course, that's far from the only reason. I just thought I'd be the kind of person who'd meet all of the requirements, and it turned out I was. Yeah. I see. It was nice of you to volunteer when you must have known there would be considerable risks in coming here. You volunteered as well when you came to meet me, didn't you? I wouldn't think, coulda, woulda, shoulda. I wouldn't think this kind of thing would fall under your jurisdiction regularly. That is true, but by this point, my interest in these matters shouldn't surprise you. I was more surprised that I arrived under cover of darkness to meet an ambassador, though I haven't seen much of you since. Initially, they wanted to have an official reception headed by myself, but in the end, they changed their minds due to security concerns, as I told you back then. I suppose that's also why I'm being escorted by the police all the time. Yeah, that was supposed to be my job too, until someone from the police department objected and advocated for more security. Better safe than sorry, I suppose. Let me guess, that someone was Maverick. How do you know that? Lucky fucking guess. Just a hunch. At least I still got to meet you. Were you nervous when you did? Only the brave or the foolish wouldn't be. I consider myself neither. I was too. I was speechless when I saw you. That wasn't... I think you were pretty... This one sounds very flirty, but the other two sound a little rude based on this comment. To be fair, I would have been as well, if we didn't already know about humans and Reza. There was a moment of silence between us and our eyes met briefly. When suddenly a loud call echoed through the building. Remy! I better go and see what this is about. Maybe it would be better if you didn't stay out in the open. At the end of the hallway, you can find my office towards the right. I'm gonna... Wait for me there. Settings. Audio. Are there any achievements that I can get? I just need to see. There has to be a dates. Librarian. What achievements do I not have? I don't have Totaler. I have Librarian. I have Patient. Sebastian, that's his second date. Bryce. Katsuharu. There isn't anything else that I can get from Remy other than his ending. Okay. Well, at least not in the first date. I can get memories, but that's on his second date. The politician I can get the politician, yeah. Alright. So this is your office, Remy. Look at his notebook. Heavy paper, perfect binding. I can tell by the cover alone that this is not the cheap stuff, but the result of quality bookmaking. Alright, let's take a peek inside. Looks like unsorted notes. His handwriting is terrible. So is mine. A-M-E... Nope, can't make it out. Amelia? Let's rummage through the trash. Let's see, what do we have here? What's this? Something's wrapped in paper. Ew, it's a partially eaten sandwich covered in mold. I'm not going. No, I wouldn't either. Oh, okay. There are a lot of used tissues. Maybe he had the flu. But dutiful as he is, he still went to work sick. Poor Remy. I know what looking at his computer does, and I'm not gonna do that, so I'm gonna wait. And I don't want to drink his coffee. Look in the mirror. It's just a mirror, nothing special about it. Do I have to? So stale. I have to look at it. Fuck! I have to ruin his save. Ah, son of a bitch. I wonder if their computers are similar to ours. Let's see. Okay. I remember this. This is not a fun part. At the press of a button, the screen came to life, accompanied by the whir of the machine. After a few seconds, colorful images appeared on the screen. Very quickly checking something. Okay. Don't ring the guys. I have to, though. Like, I have to. I can't not do it. And that's kind of disappointing. I went through all of the other options, but the only way to progress is to fuck up his save. I did literally every other option. You got food. Is the food delicious? Is the food delicious? Are the nuggies delicious? Is the poutine delicious? Have you come here to beg for mercy? No, Aaliyah, we've come to... Oh, shit. To stop you. Your reign of terror over the land of Marmoa is over. You're outnumbered. Just give up, and we can end this without bloodshed. The area is teeming with my soldiers, outnumbering you thousands to one. But I don't even need them. Who knows, if you survive long enough, you might just see why I'm called Aaliyah the Ascended. Oh, you pompous fuck. It is tasty. Ooh, nice. So do you... I imagine you've put the nuggets in the poutine, right? Calm down, Idif. Focus. I'm sorry it has come to this, Aaliyah, but this ends now. Oh, poutine is aside. Okay. I don't imagine... I don't imagine putting the nuggets in the poutine would go very well. Like, together. Separate seems fine, but I don't... I can't visualize putting nuggets in the poutine itself. Ronan, get them! Grr. Battle start. Idith uses Whirlwind. Ronan takes 326 damage. Bonar users, quick. Ronan takes 465 damage. Grr. Ronan invokes Cosmic Horror. Ah, fuck. Ugh. Oh god. Ugh. Ugh. Ah, fuck. End up with Soggy Nugget. Yeah. Bonar takes 1089 damage. Rizard takes 1205 damage. Oh, fuck. What the fuck? Kind of like General Tso's chicken. I haven't had General Tso's chicken in a long time. Or ever. I don't remember. Have I ever had General Tso's chicken? I know I've had Beijing beef. Oh well. Hey, what are you doing? I think I broke it. Ah. Oh no, let me take a look. Why did you even touch the computer? I just wanted to see what was on it. Well, whatever you did, at least it seems to be okay. Oh no, my game! Poor Remy. What's wrong? When you touched the computer, you saw a game running, right? Yeah, I played a little. I had it saved specifically at that moment to play later, and now it's all gone. What do you mean, the save corrupted? So much preparation, so many hours spent grinding just to get there. I can't do all of that again. You wouldn't understand. This is what happened with Volk a while back with Pacific Drive. Actually, I do. You do? Yeah, we used to have similar games where I come from. I see. At least my office is still standing. Speaking of which, what's with the bed? It looks like you live here. When I have to work late, it's just easier to stay here. Besides, I have the knowledge of the whole library at my fingertips and can use the resources and equipment as I please. Like this computer. Oh, okay. My brain was putting an imaginary eye in front of like. Don't you have one at home? No, we generally don't have this kind of technology in every household, though it's not exactly rare either. We just use it where we need it. Back home, we used to have computers everywhere. Most of us even carried one on our wrists wherever we went. Is that so? Oh no. Oh, that means the library will be closing pretty soon. If you want to do or ask anything in particular, now's the time. I'd like to know more about your human myths. There's a lot we could get into, but I'm afraid we won't have enough time now. Maybe another day. Anyways, thanks for your help. How about I invite you to my place for dinner sometime to repay you? Well, that's not necessary. I enjoyed my time here. I insist. Alright then. I already have your number, and you probably have mine as well. Wish. It looks like it. I also just realized that it's a laptop in the corner. The dude I've downloaded the equivalent of fucking like Final Fantasy onto his work laptop. I do. Great, call me when it's convenient for you. I will. Good night, Wolf. Good night. Woo. But yeah, gaming on a work computer. I wondered whether the dragon was being nice or just didn't want to feel indebted to me after I helped him. In any case, the time I spent at the library had been enjoyable, and I was looking forward to seeing him again. Though I wondered about his insistence on inviting me into his home. Had I just been asked out by a dragon? I was going to find out soon enough. What should I do? Uh... Get in the bed already. I mean... What should I do? Because I'm not sure what I should do. What should I do? Because I can skip, and I know this counts towards an achievement when I do this. I can meet with Sebastian. This is Banana Dirg. This is Bryce, Laura, Manna. What do you think I should do, Volk? Either way, I am probably just going to skip through it. Because, I mean, I've done all of the others so far, and I'm currently just working on Remy, so. Banana Dirg it is. But I probably will just be, skipping through most of it. Just because I'm just working on Remy's ending, so. I remembered that Adine had told me that the cafe did deliveries as well, and not have anything else better to do, and not having anything else better to do. I figured I should try it out. I made my order with a quick phone call, and it wasn't long before the doorbell rang. Well, that was quick. It just so happened that Adine herself stood in the doorway, dripping wet with damp containers in her grip. Oh no, wet food. Oh, it's you again. Hey. Likewise. Yeah. Shouldn't come as a surprise, considering you knew I delivered for the cafe. Here's your order. Sorry it got a little wet, but it should still be okay. You're soaked, why don't you come in? Thanks, I was just about to ask, So it turns out, okay, here we go. So it turns out you've seen this before, watch this again. I'll skip ahead. Yeah. You know, if you want me to come over again, you don't have to order anything to do it. Here's my private number. I'll keep that in mind, thanks. Bye. Bye. Don't worry, we'll get to her again when we do the shake like a wet dog. I don't imagine she'll smell like one though, right? Because I kind of remember what wet dog smells like, and it's not the most pleasant. Not as bad as I think a lot of people make it out to be, but it's still not enjoyable. Yes, I want to skip ahead. Because I'm also no longer trying for the perfect run. She's scaly. Yes, but I don't know what scaled creatures smell like. That sounds weird. I don't know what lizards smell like. I've never smelt a lizard. It was a relief to leave the crime scene considering all that had happened. When I reached into my pocket to take a look at the list, however, I found something unexpected. Thanks, Volk. Thanks, Volk. Do let me know what they smell like. Do be polite about it though. Don't be a dick when you're asking them, because you should probably ask them first. You know, you don't just run up to them and start shoving your nose into their scales. You've got to ask. It's like, hey, for a friend doesn't know what lizards smell like. Can I just smell you? Can I sniff you? And just relay the information to my friend. You know, a perfectly normal thing to ask someone, right? Just to sniff them. Ask to sniff them. Yep. Because that's totally normal. That's totally perfectly normal. There is absolutely nothing suspicious or off-putting about someone asking to do that. You know, as you do. It was a small piece of paper with the word Tatsu written on it. How did it get there? Ah, fuck. Fuck. That image is so scary. Holy shit. I jumped a little. Holy shit. Fuck. Ah, shit. Ah, fuck. Ugh. I have become very unsettled. Holy shit. Ah, God. My earlier encounter with the masked person was the only time today someone was close enough to smuggle something into my pocket. I figured if someone like Bryce tried to do something like that, I definitely would have noticed. As for Tatsu, the only related thing I could think of was Tatsu Park, which I had come across when I went to the police station the other day. Even if that park was the place the mysterious paper referred to, I didn't know if it was actually a good idea to visit. The masked person may have saved me from the falling light fixture, but if it was Reza, it would mean someone following someone who was also the prime suspect of 2 murders. I also had to consider the list of places Reza had been to. A local grocery store, the production facility we had visited, and the library were the 3 places closest to here. It certainly was going to be a busy day, and I knew I wouldn't have the time to visit all of them. I'm going to go to Tatsu Park because there is a thing I can do in Chapter 2. I think. Is it Chapter 2? Is it Chapter 3 or 4? Librarian... The politician! During the second investigation, visit Tatsu Park, look at the map, go south. Okay. Look at the map. South? Approach Amara, and when she makes fun of Remy's ears, don't tell her that's not nice. You'll have the option to meet with her later in Chapter 2. Okay. I should probably look, though. I am using a guide as well. Just as I entered the southern part of the park, I found myself tumbling to the ground when suddenly someone bumped into me. Someone suddenly bumped into me. Ouch! Lucius, like Lucius, fucking Malfoy from Harry Potter. That book series by the fucking Rowling dumbass. Lucius. It's very British, posh British. Lucius. Posh and hateful British. Sorry about that. Are you alright? Besides being a little dirtier than before, I think so. I should really look where I'm going. Sometimes I just get lost in my thoughts. Hey, I think you dropped this. Oh, thank you. Ghost stories, huh? Yep. Oh, I should probably go before the bookstore closes. Bye. They are a very pretty Dirg. They're very pretty. I like them. I love their design. Bye. There's someone sitting on the benches. Approach the dragon. It's Amara. She sits very awkwardly on that bench. What a most pleasant surprise to be meeting you here, Wolf. Do you know who I am? I do. And what brings you here today, Wolf? I'm not quite sure of that myself. The park does have an appeal that naturally draws people in. I would know since I'm partly responsible for creating it. Have you seen the north side yet? If not, you totally should. It's so pretty. It's just so pretty this time of year. You created this park? Well, some of it. Do you see the building behind me? That's where I work. Do you want to know a secret? The park was built here so I could enjoy going outside on my breaks. Like right now, for example. Speaking of your work, Remy works for you, right? I just met him the other day. Oh, Remy. Quite a little nerd, isn't he? Have you seen his malformed ears? I want to laugh every single time I see him. That's how I imagine she laughs. I haven't noticed. Yeah, because this one's being an asshole, and apparently this one kind of fucks the achievement. Oh, then you're missing out on some quality entertainment. You have to look at them the next time you see him. Can I ask you a question? You can ask, for sure, but whether I can answer or not is another question. What would you like to know? Ask about her job. Can you tell me more about your job? I could, but I think overall it's a very boring affair. Is Amara a MILF? I'll leave that question for you guys to think about. It involves a lot of reading and talking and approving or rejecting forms and projects. It has its perks, but in some ways I'll certainly be happy when my term is over. If you've been minister once, that's something people will remember you for, even if those times are long past. No one can ever take that away from you again. Pondering that thought quite seriously, I see. You mentioned your term ending. How does that work here? We, the ministers, serve our term and then someone else takes our place. Only one minister changes at a time, though. Technically speaking, any person can become a minister, though there are certain standards and requirements that must be met in order to apply for office. I don't want to bore you with the details, as that would be a long and tedious affair. Ask about Tatsu Park. Can you tell me more about Tatsu Park? Well, I'm not sure there is much to say about it. It just opened recently. I think the initial request was for more open spaces, like a dedicated place for people to gather and such. If you read the plaque, you would know that the park was dedicated to a so-called creator. I say creator like that because I think that word is a bit of a misnomer, but I suppose people still use it regardless. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Heavy perfume. A good bit of perfume. She definitely wears makeup. I can see that around her, like some sort of eyeliner, and mascara. I don't know about, like, the tips of these scales here, though. Like, I don't know if this is supposed to be makeup as well. But I can definitely see perfume. But just, like, this pearl necklace and the earrings, I don't know. MILF. What do you think about us visiting this world? You and Reza? Well, I think it is about the most exciting thing that has happened here in the last few years. I certainly think what? What the fuck was I going? It certainly has been a nice distraction from the other boring things I have to do at work. How so? Arranging your arrival was partly my responsibility. In fact, I would have been at the portal to welcome you myself if something didn't come up at the last second. That's all. I suppose I should get back to work, anyway. Well, thank you for this most pleasant conversation, Wolf. You know, if you wanted to continue talking at a later time, you should have no difficulty contacting me. I'll keep that in mind. Go back. Look at the map. North. Open the hatch. Press the first button. Press the second button. I did not use the guide for that. I just memorized that. Holy shit. 2 buttons counterclockwise. I looked down to see the maintenance tunnels for the underground drain system, a pale object starkly contrasted against the pitch black backdrop. It's a cloth with suspicious red markings all over it. I guess that's all to be found down here. Examine the fallen leaves. I don't recognize the species of tree. I don't recognize the species of tree. I don't recognize the species. I don't recognize. I don't recognize the species of tree. 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 Hey, Volt, did you not know that I do not recognize this species of tree? I'm surprised that it lets you do this repeatedly. That's strange. Search the shrubbery. Search. I'm fine. I found everything at the park that I think I need to. Ooh, delicious. Visit the library because I think I need to drop off the PDAs. Or something. Yeah, we do. I think cherry blossom trees, I know. Don't plum trees have very pink petals? Or am I thinking wrong? Alright, Reza, what did you want here? Hey, it's Remy. I already told you it's not here. Who's he talking to, Adine? Oh my. Very pretty. Indeed. Isn't there also, like, I think it's, like, dogwood? Dogwood tree? Hold on. Dogwood tree. Yes, dogwood tree. I was right. I've seen a few dogwood trees in this area before. Species of flowering tree. Commonly planted as an ornamental in residential and public areas. Oh, it's natural to the East Coast. Okay. Wow. No, yeah, I'm over far west. Holy shit. I did not know it was native to the East Coast. Dog tree. It's a puppy tree. Puppy tree. Anyways, won't you help? Won't you help an old friend? Friend, this is the first time you've spoken to me in years. And whose fault is that? For you, I didn't even exist these last few years. At least I tried to reach out to you. No, you're just... Oh, shit, Remy's angry. Is there a way to get these two to reconcile? Holy shit. Okay, so this would be important if I were to look at Remy's good ending, apparently. No, you're just here because you want something. I'm right here, right now, and you still continue to act like that. She was my friend too, you know. I think you should leave. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for everything. It's a little late for apologies. Have it your way then. Edine stormed out so quickly that she didn't even notice me. I waited a few moments and wondered if it was a good time to talk to Remy. In the end, I decided that my task was too pressing to come back at another time. I shuffled through books and decided to look busy until I noticed he resumed his work so I could approach him. Crabapple. I've seen a crabapple tree. Crabapple tree. Image. There's one at a park nearby. I've never seen it in bloom, though. And it was planted ornamentally. Ping. Oh, Keem's gone live. They're doing Pacific Drive today. It bloomed for around a week. Oh, okay. Only a week? Really? That's weird. Oh, hello, Wolf. Good to see you again. You too, Remy. Sorry I didn't get a chance to call you about dinner yet, but there should be an opening soon. Anyways, do you need anything from me? Has Reza been here recently? Reza, he has visited quite often since he arrived, actually, until a few days ago, that is. Do you know what he was reading? Not particularly. I just thought he wanted to learn about our world. Did you notice anything unusual about him when he was here? Can't say I did, though he did ask me for a map once. A map? Yes, I showed him a few, but none of them seemed to be what he was looking for. Did he talk to you about anything strange while he was here? Besides the maps, nothing else worth mentioning comes to mind, only the usual pleasantries. How are you doing? I'm not sure, to be honest. There are a lot of things on my mind right now. Like what? I'm not at liberty to discuss them at the moment. I'm supposed to be working, you know. That's all. I'm not gonna bother him with Edine because, yeah. You're welcome. I imagine that might just piss him off, and that's counterproductive. There's something in my throat. Oh! I just remembered something. Something that I meant to bring up. I'm going to post this in general. I made cookies. Last Thursday. Last Thursday I made cookies. Because I posted a picture of them in general. That just suddenly popped in my mind. Oh, I remembered I made cookies. Yeah, because I think I mentioned this already, but my mom has been basically hiring me to go up and watch my younger sister. And so while I was up there, I made cookies. Because I basically have a lot of free time. So they are very cookie-looking cookies indeed. The dough was a little dry, but they taste good. I have a bag of them currently in the kitchen that we've been slowly going through. So yes, milk chocolate. I think this next week when I'm back up there to watch my sister again, I'll probably make you know those kiss cookies? Like the peanut butter cookies with the kisses on top of them. I might make some of those. But they do need milk, and we do not have any milk down here. But when I go back up there, I think she'll have some milk that I can use with the cookies. So the afternoon hung low in the sky. The afternoon hung low in the sky. No, the afternoon sun hung low in the sky, and I decided it was time to report my findings to the police. A brief call to the department, and I was on my way to an appointment with Sebastian. I want to skip ahead. Anyway, you said you had some information for us, so what did you find? The bandage you found is something, alright. Suspicious. Map in the library, I don't know what to think about it, blah 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 blah. I'll rush through this a little. This gives us some solid points from which we can continue our investigation. You're welcome. That should be all. Guess it's going to be a long day. Can you get... Apartment, yes. Good luck. Hello, this is Reggie. Hello, this is Reggie. Remy, not Reggie. Hello, this is Remy speaking. I'm calling in regard to the dinner we talked about. I'll have an opening soon, and I was wondering if you had the time. Let me know if you're interested. Have a good day. I guess that's my official invitation. Now the question is if I want to go or not. I do meet with Remy. And then I'll do meet with Amara next. Also, wait, was that a typo? No, that was not a typo. I thought it said Adina instead of Adine. A-D-A-I-N-A. Thank you again for helping the other day. Without you, I would have been trapped sorting books for a few more hours. Inviting you over for dinner is the least I can do. Oh wait, is the least he can do. Okay. I kind of read that, but didn't register in my brain. Yeah, that's fair. I want to say potato. But no, it's no problem, really. Besides, I'm also here to learn more about your kind. Spending some time in the library is only appropriate. Well, my gratitude is yours regardless. Anyways, is there anything in particular you would like to eat? How about steak? Oh, you're in luck. I do have a few steaks we could dine upon. This might take a while, so make yourself at home. Ah, steak sounds nice about now. With those words, Remy walked into the partially walled-off kitchen. There was no door, so I saw him open the fridge and take out 2 steaks before he set them on the counter. Soon after, he was already preparing the various ingredients with his somewhat clumsy paws. He was silent for a moment, then lifted his snout and looked at me from over the partition. What is it? I was just thinking about something. Something? I could help cook if you like. Don't worry about it. Alright. I looked around the apartment as Remy cooked and couldn't help but notice the almost mesmerizing tidiness that permeated the place. Shelves were filled with books, scrolls, magazines, and various other various trinkets. Suddenly, the repetitious noise of vegetables being cut ceased as Remy returned from the adjoining room. I'll be back in just a minute. He went down the hall and vanished through the bathroom door. What should I do? I'm going to look at the pictures. I picked up one of the framed photos to examine it more closely. It was a red dragon. I guessed that it was a female of young adult or college age, though I wasn't sure as it was still hard to tell without looking at the obvious signs. Her crimson scaled head was adorned with frills that ran down the back of her neck. She wasn't familiar to me. Wait, had I already examined his pictures? No? Oh, I need to look at the pictures more. The second picture showed Remy in his typical attire. There's no way that I can say that without me thinking of a tire. Tie glasses and all. The last of the 3 pictures was of another red dragon, who, as far as I could tell, was a fairly young member of its species. It reminded me of a younger version of Remy, although without his typical accessories. Yeah. You looked at Remy's pictures, better than prying through his bedroom at least. Fucking yeah. The bathroom door opened and revealed the white dragon. As he approached, I felt my stomach grumble quietly. I barely heard the muffled sound, but when I saw Remy's ears perk, I realized he had more sensitive ears than I expected. Hungry already, I take it. Hold on. Sorry. Lift your shirt. I mean, I suppose so. Although your stomach already had answered that question for you. After entering the kitchen once more, I saw the dragon looked over the kitchen partition again. His mouth opened a little, as though he were going to speak, but his brow scrunched with hesitation. Before I could say anything, he shook his head and continued to cook what? Oh, okay. Soon I heard the sizzling of frying meat as the delicious smell of steak wafted into the room. Fueled by its fragrant odor, I lost myself to daydreams as I closed my eyes. Is something wrong? You are salivating. Meat! Not that kind of meat, though. Unfortunately. It's nothing. I was just thinking about something. Well, the food is ready. Enjoy. I looked down and saw that a plate was already in front of me, piled with steak and vegetables. Remy was already eating, so I took the knife he had provided and cut off a small corner of my steak. Then I pierced it with the fork, its 3 prongs penetrating the flesh. Unrelentingly. Slowly, I raised it to my mouth, and my tongue glided over the bare substance briefly as it entered my lips. Apologies. I took the first bite, a delicately crispy interior. Are we still eating the steak? We are indeed eating the steak. I took the first bite, a delicately crisp interior. Or not interior, exterior. Which with a much softer and juicy inside. I can feel that, yeah. It melted on my tongue like butter as the taste spread to even the remotest part. I don't get when people describe meat as melting on their tongue like butter. I've seen that before in anime, right? There's this fucking cooking anime where it's like cooking battles, it's like shonen cooking anime. I forgot what the fuck its name was. What? How does meat melt in your mouth? Yeah, but the meat itself, I can't really. The meat melting in your mouth is not a description that I can feel. I don't understand it. It was almost perfect. So, what were you thinking about? Huh? Remy's words snapped me back to reality. You said you were thinking about something. Maybe, yeah, maybe. Why did you use a stove to cook? Why did you use a stove to cook? Can't you just use your fire? Well, for one, not all of us have that ability. Besides, we still appreciate the convenience that comes with appliances like this one. And not everyone wants to eat food cooked with someone else's breath. Breathing fire indoors is also a little unsafe. I see. That makes a lot of sense. Do you live here by yourself? Burp fire. Yeah. Didn't, It was, Bryce. We were doing Bryce, and we did that cookout, right? Didn't they mention how you being sick affects how the fire makes stuff taste? So, I mean, eh? I do, honestly. You're the first person to visit in a while. He spoke softly, and his gaze wandered. I'm not... Should I mention the pictures? Yeah, it is supposed to be... I think so, probably. I'm not gonna... Just thinking about those... Oh, it's a terrible thing. People can be so cruel sometimes. They can be. Where I come from, incidences like this are unfortunately fairly common. Truly, here it is almost unheard of. One just needs to take a look at the statistics to realize this is very unusual, or just an exceptionally bad week. I met Amara. You met my boss? She was hanging around Tatsu Park. She certainly does that a lot. Let me give you one piece of advice. Don't ever work for a politician. Nothing in particular. I'm not going to skip ahead. As you wish. Anyway, how do you like the food? It is delicious. Thank you. I suppose you learn to cook well when you live on your own long enough. Soon, both of our plates were picked clean. Just thinking about that comment, though, like napalm. I do believe that whenever they mention cooking food, though, they don't describe it as, like, projecting it onto the food, but, like, under the food. So it's not like they're napalming the food directly. At the very least. Yeah. Soon both of our plates were picked clean. I guess I judged your portion correctly, unless you want more? I'm good, thanks. That was an interesting steak. What kind of meat was that? Those were auroch steaks. Are you familiar with that animal? I may have heard of aurochsen before. They're rather large bovine mammals, characterized by their horns and body shape. We get a range of products from them, from meat and milk to subproducts like their butter and cheese. In addition to leather, felt, oils, and creams. We even use their horns and bones for a variety of things. That sounds similar to an animal we have back at home. Speaking of unfamiliar creatures, why didn't you tell me more about your species? Whoops. Are you referring to me or all of us? Our society is comprised of a number of different species, which you have probably noticed by now. I guess all of you. Let's start with the basics. I'm sure you're aware, but unlike the mammalian aurochs, we are reptiles. Though this makes me wonder about you. Based on your fur, I'd guess that you are a mammal, but you're very different from other mammals we know. In the same vein, you don't share many characteristics with our reptiles back home. By the way, we don't have fur, but hair. What's the difference? Fur is more dense than hair. Fur has a set length, whereas hair will keep growing. That's not right. And it's not that fur is more dense than hair either, because a head of hair is fairly dense. Fuck. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Usually we refer to animals as having fur, whereas humans have hair. Interesting. I was wondering something. Are you wearing all those coverings to make up for a lack of hair? I suppose that's one reason why humans wear clothes. They also provide warmth and protection, and are used to differentiate us from one another. Sometimes uniforms are used as identification. Other times, clothes are just ornamental. What a person wears can tell us something about the person itself. Oof. Yeah, my brother's cat gets his hair everywhere, and it's not very fun. If he sits on you, like on your lap, or he lays on your chest, then his fur will get stuck to your clothing. It's not very pleasant. That sounds complicated. We also have uniforms and wear some things for ornamental reasons, though our uses aren't quite as extensive. That brings up an interesting question. Are you endo or exothermic? We produce our own body heat. That is unusual. From where I come from, all reptiles are exothermic. I'm not sure if that's true, but unless you count birds as reptiles, I guess. But none of your reptiles are sentient, correct? Maybe it has something to do with our different brain structures. Maybe. No? What? I don't imagine it would have anything to do with brain structure. Now that you've been in our world for a while, how do you like it here? I like the people. That's good to hear. Cultural differences can make things very difficult sometimes, even within the same species. I'm glad things are working out for you so far. Oh, I just remembered. I was able to save my game after all. Fuck yes! Your interference was only a minor setback. We didn't fuck the save, Volk. We're fine. We didn't fuck things up. Everything's good in the end. I guess. Probably. Yippee! I'm glad to hear it. I was quite relieved when I found out. You know, if that hadn't worked out so well, I would have had to consider making you play up to that point again for me. Whoops. I wouldn't mind playing some of your video games. Is that so? Yeah, they're fun. I'd like to see what kind of games you have here. I'll keep that in mind. Perhaps I can show you sometime. You know, I'm glad you're here. Since you arrived in our world, we haven't really had the chance to just sit down and talk. I agree. I agree. It's been busy for me, as you can imagine. Oh, of course. Thanks for taking the time to pay me a visit. I always have so many things to take care of that it's hard for me to find time to do something simple like this. At least it worked out this time. You have a point, though. I don't really know much about you. I know where you work, but most of our conversations so far have revolved around things other than you and me. Why don't you tell me more about yourself? I don't really like talking about myself. Why not? I guess I wouldn't know what to say. I'm not really that interested. I don't believe you. There's also the uncertainty of not knowing how another person will react to something I say. I don't want to embarrass myself. Hey, at least you told me that. That's something. I suppose. Anyway, now that you've seen my apartment, I'm wondering what your home on the other side of the portal looks like. Just remembered something. I heard something in the background. It sounded like someone scrolling a mouse. Like a very loud mouse scroll. Hume but scaly. Indeed. His game save was even kind of fucked up, like Hume's. There's a lot of parallels. We now have Hume's Dragon Sona. Anyway, now that you've seen my apartment, I'm wondering what your home on the other side of the portal looks like. It's nothing special. Yours is prettier. Actually, everything here looks nice in comparison to back home. Is that so? In some ways, I'm not really looking forward to returning, but it's not like I have a choice in the matter. I suppose you could always visit if you wanted to. Okay. It wouldn't be that easy, I'm afraid. That was an extensive process involved. There was an extensive process involved for selecting who would go through the portal, and I was only one of many applicants. I'm still surprised that I ended up being chosen. At least you're here now. Indeed. So what have you been up to since last time I saw you? You mean since I went into the kitchen to cook the steaks? Yeah, that's what I meant. Really? No. Oh, I believed you for a moment. Guess you got me there, Wolf. With all the talking, I totally forgot about dessert. I'm up for some dessert. Then I have just the right thing for you. I'll be just a minute. He neatly stacked her dishes before he took them into one of his forepaws and went back into the kitchen using his other 3 limbs. I couldn't help but think that it looked pretty awkward. When he returned balancing a plate with a rather attractive cake slice in a similar manner, I realized he would have to take multiple trips to carry everything to the table. Ask him if he needs it. Do you need any help with that? Don't worry about it. I can handle it. You're my guest after all. Once he placed the first cake slice on the table, he went to fetch the other. When he approached the table a second time, though, one of the tiny dessert forks started to slip off the plate. Remy reached with his free forepaw in an attempt to save it, but lost balance without its support and fell over. In an instant, the plate, fork, and cake slice flew through the air. The dish and silverware clattered as the pristine cake crumbled into a sad heap on the floor. That position, Remy, with your ass up like that. Wow. Anyways. For a few moments, there was silence as Remy and I looked at the result of his blunder. I'm sorry, Wolf. You don't need to apologize. This isn't just about you and your cake. This always happens to me, no matter how hard I try. You have proper hands, so do some of the other species. How can someone like me even be a librarian? Not a day goes by without me dropping a scroll and unfurling it across the room. But the customers don't care, or pity me too much to say anything. It's a common sight for them, after all. This is about Amara, isn't it? Okay. I guess it is. I just don't see why someone like me got to be librarian when there were others more qualified for the position, or who were at least capable of not dropping the inventory on a daily basis. She makes fun of you for it. No, he is a quadruped. He is quadruped. I knew it. I mean, why else would she have me do these tasks all the time? Sorting books, carrying things from one place to another. I shouldn't be doing that. I shouldn't work somewhere where my worth is only in the entertainment I provide. Why don't you look for a new job? These politicians have terms similar to those of ministers. If I ended my employment prematurely... Oh, these positions, not these politicians. These positions have terms similar to those of ministers. If I ended my employment prematurely, it wouldn't look great. How long do you have left? A while. Can't you report her to a superior or something? Not really. It's not like I could prove anything. Her public and her private demeanor are two very different things, and it would be my word against hers. I just wanted to have a nice evening with you, and now it ends up like this. I shouldn't have brought that up. Then let's not talk about it further. We can still share the other slice, if you like. Alright. I like his little blush. Oh, his ears! His ears! They go a little red too! Oh, I didn't notice that. I didn't notice that. Yeah, Cat? Yeah? Yeah. 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 Yep. Okay. But look at it, his ears. His ears. The ears, they blush too. The ears, they go red. I love that. I wanna rub his ears. I helped him clean up, and after we were done, we shared the remaining slice of cake. It seemed unreal that someone with his personality could still eat his half with a single bite, when I took much longer with my tiny fork. By the end of dessert, he seemed a little different, though I couldn't pinpoint how. Eventually, we said our goodbyes and left. I am going to spend the day reading. What the fuck? I don't think there's anything for that. The artisan souvenir. Audio file. Okay. Meet with Amara. This should be the right place. This looks exactly like the research facility. I think they used the base for the research facility hallway and just painted over it differently. For this scene. Come in. Well, here goes nothing. Wow, this is opulent. Holy fuck. What a pleasant surprise! I didn't expect you to take me up on my offer. I'm sure you are a very busy person. I have no doubt it's the same is true for you. I'm sorry to have to say this, but I won't have much time for you today. As edifying as your visit is, no doubt, going to be, I have a meeting to attend shortly. However, I'm still grateful you came to visit. Status. Neutral, good, impressed. Okay. I'm sure someone of your standing is always busy. Thank you for taking the time to meet me. Charming as always, aren't you? This is not the bad ending, no. If I were doing this is Remy's bad ending. Yes, this is the bad ending. Excuse me. I thought evil ending. But yes, we are doing Remy's bad ending. And then after his bad ending, we get to do the evil ending. Whoa. Charming as always, aren't you? So what exactly is this? An official meeting? A trade negotiation? Oh, please, this is just two people having a conversation. After all, we still owe you for the PDA devices you gave us. So until we deliver our part, there is nothing to negotiate. I see. If it was up to me, though, I'd rather listen to you all day than having to work through this stack of paperwork. Is it really all that boring? Well, sometimes. It's just an unpleasant part of the job, I suppose. In the end, working as the Minister of Cultures and Art involves just as much paperwork as any other bureaucratic position. On some days, I have to keep reminding myself that there are actual people and problems behind those numbers, and those are the people I'm responsible for. One mistake and those people turn against you faster than something that is very fast. That's why I prefer to go where the people are rather than being stuck back here. It makes things much clearer than the abstraction of words and numbers. Is that what this is for? A game or a popularity contest? I may use the law, Wolf, but I don't break it. As much as I may dislike it, a game is certainly what this is. When I came into office, it didn't take long for me to realize that you can't win if you don't play. Let me ask you one thing, Wolf. Do you enjoy your work as an ambassador? I do. Lucky are those whose purpose is enjoyable. Too bad not all of us are. It doesn't sound like you enjoy your job very much, though. Well, I look at it this way. Just one term of having been on the council and I'll have left my mark. One term of being stuck behind a desk with my paperwork. At least I get to do something where I can make a difference, even if it doesn't happen very often. Culture and arts doesn't exactly give me much room for doing what I'd like to do, you know? Still, I prefer stacks of papers and meetings to working in a mine and pulling carts or logs, or whatever else they would have us Earth Dragons typically do. When I look at those who have to do hard manual labor, I can't help but feel empathy towards them. I'm impressed by their tenacity to work in conditions that I would never want to. I wish to help them. What about those who enjoy that kind of work? Sure, but I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about those like myself who are just not cut out for that kind of job. Being in charge of your visits in this world, however, has been quite an opportunity. It was just that, an opportunity? Of course not. I have been a staunch believer in humanism for a long time. Humanism? The belief in humans and their contribution to our existence. I see. Some people say I only took this matter into my hands as just another publicity stunt, but I can assure you my feelings on the matter are genuine regardless. What? My feelings on the matter are genuine. What pun? Some people say I only took this matter into my hands as just another publicity stunt, but I can assure you my feelings on the matter are genuine. What? What pun? What pun? What pun is there? I'm confused. What the fuck? Okay. I would argue that making it a public spectacle only confirms my position on the matter. In the end, I don't have any hard feelings because I know the critics are only another part of the job I have to deal with. You should see how quick they are to jump at my throat and second guess every decision I've ever made. How ironic it is for people that to have a platform where they can spout their opinions when I'm the one making all the hard decisions. It doesn't matter though, I know that I will never please everyone, but my numbers do speak for themselves. In the end, it is all just a great self-sacrifice to make a difference. Is that why you became a politician? I'd like to think it was all preordained. My parents were the vehicle so I could get this far. That reminds me of this book I've seen. It was called Born to Serve, I think. How very perceptive of you. Indeed, I happen to have quite a fondness for it, since Avdon's experience is not unlike my own. I always knew I was destined for greatness, just like my parents before me. However, they thought I would need to work hard like them to get there. That's where they were mistaken. I grew up as an only child in a village mostly known for its mining industry. My father was a very business-minded individual. He worked hard to provide for us and advance his career, whereas my mother was more of a spiritual person. After years of saving up, they combined their interests and created a new business out of nothing, a gamble that paid off handsomely. I did what was expected of me. I studied and worked hard until I came to resent it. By that point, I was at a crossroads in regards to my future career. My parents wanted me to continue my studies, but I decided against doing that. Studying and working hard so that I may study and work hard ad infinitum wasn't something that was particularly appealing to me. In the end, I didn't see the difference between working hard in the mines and studying perpetually. Instead, I started to look for alternative options. There was an opening for a political position, and I decided to seize the opportunity and applied for it. At the time, I wasn't sure whether to be surprised at the fact I got the position, but if I look back at it now, it certainly shouldn't have. I was very qualified for the job, but I also had feelings that my parents might have persuaded those in power, because they knew this would be another step up for our family. Persuaded them how? This is only speculation, of course, but I wouldn't put it past them to do something like that, no matter if it was with words, gifts, or something else. How has that worked out for you? Now that I am here, the stacks of books have merely been replaced by stacks of paperwork. At least I am popular, though. Are you really? I know I am polarizing, but why try to please everyone and accomplish nothing when I know it's impossible to please everyone in the first place? It is a departure from the usual way of thinking, and while not liked by everyone, some of my moves have been lauded by a great majority. My strategy is to take risks that may or may not pay off when I know I have nothing to lose, rather than playing it safe and just perpetuating the status quo. You have nothing to lose? I'm not afraid of political suicide, because I don't value the position itself. I only value the opportunities I am given while having this power. So as long as I have it, I shall use it until I can no longer do so. My approach has been called daring or brave just as much as it has been derided by others who don't like what I am doing. I'm not sure if this will start a trend or if there will be others who will follow suit, but either way I'll be glad once my term is over. What are you going to do then? People who have been on the council usually don't have trouble finding a job to their liking. But I wouldn't even need to do that. I am settled for life and could retire now if I wanted to. Retire? Is that what you like to do? I already feel like I have left my mark and seen everything there is in the political landscape. So once this is over, I'd like to settle down for good and start a family. Really? I'm an only child. My parents want me to make them some grandchildren. She looks like she's in her 40s equivalently. So it's not impossible, but it's still fairly late to be making a family, I feel. And to continue the lineage. So all that responsibility rests on me now that I've proven my worth. Is that what you would like to do as well? In this case, I'll have to agree with them. Frankly, I am tired of all the work. More so than ever before. Besides, it would be a shame to let everything they built go to waste, don't you think? What is that supposed to mean? I'm talking about our family fortune, of course. And what would a family fortune be without a family? I see. The funny thing is, they were never like this when I was growing up. It was only after they had made it big that they started getting all self-important about it. Illusions of grandeur included. Now that I'm getting older, I'm sad to say that it's not exactly getting easier. I probably would have had better chances if I started a family first and tried to have a career afterwards. Why is that? Being known like I am has made me popular, but it's making things complicated on the relationship front. On one hand, there are those that immediately disregard me due to my public image or my politics. On the other, we have those that are only interested in me because of being well known. In a way, I'm getting evaluated before I even have a chance of getting to know someone, or before they get to know the person behind the politics. No matter if positive or negative, these snap judgments make a sort of create a sort of proto-relationship that I had no input in and causes them to have certain expectations or opinions about me. Isn't that a, There's a name for it that I'm trying to think of. It's not a one-sided relationship, though yes. Parasocial, I think? I'm thinking it's a parasocial relationship. Maybe. Although I'm probably wrong. I might be I might be getting that wrong. It might not be a parasocial relationship. Okay. I suppose you can't change someone's mind if they have already made it up. Oh, you can. It's just not an easy thing to do. Not that dating isn't already complicated enough as it is. As is. Maybe it'll be easier once your term is over. People may not recognize you as much. Maybe it also doesn't help that there is a rather limited selection for prospective photos in this town. I didn't even consider that. Maybe I'll return to my hometown once my term is over. Can I ask you something? You've already asked me a lot of things since you came here. I'm sure one more won't is. Why did you employ Remy? You see, politics is a rather unusual field here. As a pursuit that mostly requires intellectual ability, it is very open to members of any and every species who wishes to apply to such an office. However, the council members themselves are responsible for the workers they employ to help with their office duties, and that is an area where certain standards and prejudices already start to seep in. The council members either employ members of their own species, or they pick members of a species that is stereotypically used in that area. Shortly after I came into office, I was faced with the question of who to employ to take care of the archives. I didn't really know of a suitable candidate that I wished to employ off the top of my head, so I had to make do with the applicants I received. They were numerous. Among them was a number of hopefuls from my hometown who now banked on the idea I would employ someone I already knew or of my own species. I could have hired one of them, but I had to realize that this decision, my first in the office, would already be under scrutiny. It certainly would have been very unusual to hire an Earth Dragon to take care of the archives, but I was sure it would have been looked at from a certain angle with a certain bias. They would have claimed that I only employed another Earth Dragon because they belonged in the same species or came from the same town as me. They wouldn't even consider that I made the decision based on merit. With the same biased thinking being present in the applicants, it would have been hard to find anyone among them who was actually suited to the position of working in the archives. Typically, the position is held by a species with proper hands, as it is often necessary to handle small and precious objects in the archives. But since I typically don't do things the typical way, I wanted to do something different. After I sorted out applicants that only seemed to want to be there to advance their career or have something important to put on their resume, the remaining number was actually fairly small. Remy was one that stood out to me from the rest. I wondered about his rationale to even apply for the position, given that it was unheard of for a member of his species to be the caretaker of the archives. Either he was incredibly naive, or he knew that his chances were practically nil, but he was willing to try, but was willing to try regardless. I was curious to find out when I invited him for a job interview. He seemed genuinely enthusiastic and had a passion for the subject, qualities I was looking for. He also had a background that actually made him well qualified for the position, at least on paper. Ultimately, he reminded me of my parents and how they managed to break out of their mold and made it big by doing their own thing. I saw an opportunity that aligned with my own goals. Of course, there were also practical considerations, but I thought with time and practice and his tireless nature, any difficulties could be overcome. Maybe he could rise above his peers just like my parents did. I only gave him the same chance. I knew I was making a gamble, but I thought with someone like him it could very well pay off. I need to set up my mic better. The pop filter doesn't always cover where I'm speaking from. I'm also getting a slightly sore throat, if that isn't already obvious by the way I'm speaking.
Going against every recommendation, guidance, and advice I received, I ultimately decided to hire him, a decision that immediately made big headlines. It was the beginning of the trend that would give me the image I have now. There was a lot of coverage about it, and I think it gave Remy a lot more attention than he wanted. This might have been a good thing if he did his job well, but this didn't turn out to be the case. First time he messed up, I made a joke about it and told him that this happens to everyone a few times, if only it had stayed at just a few times. Soon enough, my decision made more headlines from my cynical critics, who lambasted me, citing his shortcomings as evidence. Of course, I couldn't go easy on him during that time. He wanted the job, so I held him to the standards of the job. If I treated him any differently, it would have only gotten worse. He might have worked twice as hard, but if he can't do the job, maybe he isn't cut out to do it. But if he can, he'll have proven his worth to the whole town. I heard that isn't working out so well for him. Tell me about it. It's one of my few decisions that haven't ended up working in my favor, even though many people were all for it when it was initially announced. Why don't you just replace him? That wouldn't be such a good idea. For one, it would only prove the people right who doubt that I made the right choice, and secondly, it would only draw attention to the whole issue all over again. That is unfortunate. Luckily, I made enough headlines these days for it to not matter much anymore. Oh, I'm going to be late for my meeting if I don't hurry up. Would you mind helping me with this? Hornshine? What's that? Just some color for my horns. You're painting them? What for? It's a public outing. Are you telling me you don't do things to make yourself look different? We do. I just didn't expect your horns would be one of those things. I see. Well, the brush is over there, so get it and get going. Alright. I walked over to the table where I saw the brush and among a number of other tools I couldn't quite place and a few stacks of papers. She really hadn't been exaggerating when she had mentioned her workload. Anything I need to know before I start? I think these are the horns that she's mentioning, unless it's these horns. Not really. You know how a brush works, don't you? Sure do. Just so you know, I'll blame you in front of the whole council if you mess it up. Of course. I removed the cork from the glass bottle that was filled with a red, somewhat viscous liquid. After dipping the brush into it, I started painting her horn in a bright red. It only took a few applications for the horn to be covered completely. Is that good? Oh, we're not done yet. Don't forget my elbow and those on my neck. Okay, so it is those. Alright. Here, that should do it. Let me take a look. She walked up to a mirror and turned her head a few times so she could see herself from every angle. You know, that doesn't look too bad. I thought it would look worse, but it doesn't look too bad. It doesn't look great, but it doesn't look too bad. It almost looks... It reminds me of painting nails. It's just painting nails. They're just horns. It's just painting nails. Not too shabby, Wolf. Maybe you would make a great assistant. Maybe. Anyway, how does it look? What do you think about the color? It goes well with the makeup, and I'd say that. Oh, thank you. That's exactly what I was going for. And you know what? All that sitting around is making my back so horribly stiff. Would you mind giving me a massage? I could certainly use one right now. Okay, I sort of see where this is going. Maybe. At least I hope I understand what's going on. Yeah, let's massage her. You're a real lifesaver, Wolf. I know it's a strange request, but having to sit in this office for hours on end working on all these papers takes its toll on my body. Random noise from stream? I don't know what that would be. I don't think I've bumped the mic. I might have. I think if it was anything, it would probably be that. I know I do that a few times. I need to get my mic in a better position. So currently the way I have my mic set up is it's right off to my my right side, and in order to reach my mouse, I have to slide my arm under the boom. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was that. There is also a lot of background noise. I don't know if you can hear it. But like the air conditioning is on, and there's a box fan going on in the other room. So there's a lot of, for me, there's a lot of background noise. I don't know if you can hear it. It would be a very much white noise, so no noise. Okay. You know, my kind tends to be very physical, and I haven't gotten used to this kind of office lifestyle yet. She lay down on a mat and pillow she had quickly produced from somewhere and presented her back to me. I briefly wondered if she kept these items in the office for occasions just like this one. Oh, she had her claws done too. So, what should I do? You can start at the neck and work your way down. Well, I don't know much about massaging an Earth Dragon. What kind of movements are we talking about here? Just put your palms on and start rubbing in circles, and don't hold back. I assure you, we Earth Dragons can take anything you dish out. Alright. I put my hands on her rather girthy neck, and did as she told me, rubbing my palms on it in a circular motion. I was about to ask her if I was doing it right when I heard her voice. Oh yeah, that is lovely. Just be careful around the spines. I think we both don't want this to end with an impaled hand. After she had mentioned them, I couldn't help but watch her spines a bit more closely while I continued my ministrations. She does have back pedals. She reminds me of a Stegosaurus. Right? Like a Triceratops with the horn, but then a Stegosaurus with all of these. They seem to be made from the same material as the horn on her muzzle, even though they were not as girthy. They still started out with a rather wide base, ultimately culminating in a point that didn't seem sharp enough to cause any damage by accident. I don't... Is this a massage sound? Is that what this is supposed to be in the background? A massage sound? It sounds very mechanical. Anyways, I know they have to have some sort of special name for these plates, but I don't know what they are. I don't have the dinosaur autism to know that. When I resumed my treatment, she suddenly bucked, her spines only missing me by inches when she suddenly threw her head up. I guess she wasn't kidding about watching out for the spines. Fearing a bit for my safety, I moved down to her shoulders. Your hands are wonderful. Is that so? The movements, the incomparably soft skin on your hands. I'll take it as a compliment. It most certainly is. I moved further down to her back, noticing the increased roughness and armor that covered her there. Don't hold back now, Wolf. Put your strength into it, or I won't feel a thing. Following her guidance, I increased the pressure from my palms more and more. Harder! I gave it everything I could as I kept going at her. I noticed the muscles beneath her armor softening noticeably. Oh, you know how to please, don't you? Oh god. I'm loving this. This is amazing. If you say so. I certainly do. By this point, I had moved down to her hips, giving them the same treatment as with the rest of her body. Yes, that's the spot. You don't know what having to sit in an office all day does to my hips, Wolf. Unrelentingly, I continued, vowing not to stop until every last knot in her muscles was gone. Stop now, Wolf. Give it all you've got. I went faster, tenderizing her like a rump steak. It's a very thick tail. It doesn't look like it's too long, but it has a very thick base. Just like that. Yes! Yes! And with that, my treatment was done. Her hips now as soft, as supple, and supple as a jello-filled beanbag. That was a very orgasmic massage. That was amazing. Thank you. If you were to open a massage parlor here, you would have no shortage of customers. Is that so? Your hands are truly magical, Wolf. They are a gift. Don't waste it. I'll keep that in mind. Anyway, I should probably head off to my meeting. I'm sure you also have places to be, Wolf. Maybe I'll see you again. I'm sure of it. You just met with Amara. What an interesting lady. Achievement! Woo. My throat. My throat is very sore. Grief. Yeah. I don't know if it's quite chainmail. Exactly, but I see what you mean. Please come with me. Okay. Oh god, I think Anna's dead again. Let me... You know Anna, right? Don't. Okay, yeah, so she's dead. Yeah, okay. I'm kind of just rushing through this, because we've done this before. We've done this a lot before. Dead. Yeah, but at least, so once we get her good ending, she does not die anymore. When we get her good ending, it's always her assistant, Damien. I think his name is Damien. But yeah, I don't want to do his voice. Because his voice... Are you okay? Are you okay? It's a very... I'm fine. Okay. So it turns out you've seen this. I want to skip ahead. Okay. I'm gonna visit the police archives. Do I have achievement? there is an achievement. Isn't there an achievement for pranking Bryce? Yeah, I already have that. Okay. Hey, you! Oh, hey, it's Katsuharu! He has the old man voice! I've already done him, though! I'm kind of busy. Sorry. Structural damage report. According to the report, the investigation of the building was halted due to acute danger of its collapse and the damage that the surrounding water could cause. Drain the water in pockets. Legal permission had not gone through. However, it take time for equipment to arrive. For now, the building was stable. Patrols were guarding it day and night. Study the blueprint. I'm gonna rush through this a bit. Button counterclockwise. I've already done that. my throat. I don't want to read this because my throat is sore. I need a nano machine, son. But I've gone through this before, anyways, so it's not like this is anything new. Adine's request. I think Adine's request comes from her second date, but don't go to the portal. That should be skipping. Stay inside and call the police. Okay. And now visit the store. Because I don't think I'll get anything out of visiting the production facility. And Vara. I don't think I need to follow Vara for anything, and I can't think of any achievements. Stretch your legs. Assemble the sphere. I don't have a whole lot of achievements left. Teetotaler, stretch legs. A lot of them are just ending achievements. Apparently there are 12 in total. But I don't think there's anything else to get. Everyone knows about you. Have a lolly on the house. I'm gonna follow Vara. Okay, here we go. Hello, this is Remy. I know you're very busy and probably have more important things to do, but I was wondering if you would like to visit Tatsu Park sometime. There is something I would like to talk with you about. Please let me know if you can find the time. Have a good day. He wants to talk about something? I wonder what that's about. We are going to meet with Remy. I've seen this before? Really? Well, I guess I have. Adine, hold on, let me just, Adine, get the map. Seen at least one ending. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Getting the map is important for a Dean's good ending. But, yeah. Oh well. No. As you wish. No, I do not want to skip his thing. Hey, Remy. Hello, Wolf. Is there any particular reason why you wanted to meet here? I enjoy Tatsu Park is all. Have you been here before? Once or twice. I see. Well, what do you think of it? Um... It's pretty idyllic. It is. I like it a lot here. You mentioned you wanted to talk to me about something. Yes, well, about that. I just have a lot on my mind, and I felt like I needed to tell someone. I wouldn't burden you if I had anyone else to talk to, but the simple fact is that I don't. Hey, you can talk to me, Remy. Thank you, I appreciate that. It's not a problem. What's in your mind? I don't even know where to begin. Do you ever feel like there's an emptiness inside you? That every day is the same joyless routine that you wish you could escape, but you can't? I used to. I see. Is this about Amara again? Well, it's not just about her, but working with her doesn't make things any easier. To think that just a few years ago I was the happiest I could have been, and now I have nothing but my miserable life. What happened? It's a long story. I have a lot of time. Okay, well... Backstory time! I think it's... I'm guessing it's probably pretty sad, from what I understand about his backstory. A few years ago, I worked in the public sector. I mean, I still do, but my position was a different one. I didn't work under a minister back then. I was part of a committee tasked with providing independent, factually based opinions on community topics. It was supposed to help not only politicians, but also the general populace. Free from outside interference, we did our own fact-checking based on research and publicly reported our findings. Our individual members didn't always agree, but we made sure the end results were based on verifiable facts. In this way, we offered a variety of comprehensive opinions on difficult topics. We found the truth and allowed people and politicians to make up their minds from there. Our work was a key influence in the community, and because the conclusions of each individual member were often very different, it could never be said that we were biased. Oops. I bumped the mic there, if you could hear that. It was during one such assignment that I met a certain person named Amelia. My task was to determine the viability of several projects, each competing for a research grant from our council. Amelia was a member of one of the scientific teams vying for a grant. She was an inventor, and her group was looking for ways to streamline hospital processes by tests by utilizing new technology. The first time I saw her was when our committee watched her group's pitch. One of the things we had to do was determine whether the claims and goals were realistic. In her case, they were. Ultimately, they didn't get the grant, but when she recognized me in a restaurant a while later, we started talking. She was very smart, and I admired her spirit. She just wanted to help people with her talents, and in this way, she reminded me a lot of myself. We kept seeing one another, and we grew close. Before long, we were dating. It felt so right. I thought our relationship was about to become very serious, but then she informed me that a research group had applied for another grant. Of course, that complicated things. My committee was once again tasked with judging the viability of the different projects. And while I intended to stay impartial on the matter, she would probably be seen as an influence due to our relationship. With these concerns in mind, we decided not to meet again until the grant winner was determined. We hadn't expected her group to get it, but in the end, they did. We didn't want to end our relationship over something like that, but if word got out that we were together during the decision-making period, it would have put both our jobs in jeopardy. In the end, we decided to wait and made a commitment. 6 months after the grant was given to her team, we would return to one another and make our relationship public. That much time would have ensured that it wouldn't be an issue. We even made plans to move in together when the time came. But we never got that far. I only know the rest of what happened from various reports. But apparently, Amelia got sick. Nothing serious, mind you. She continued working from home as best as she could. The project was already behind schedule, and she didn't want to endanger it. People were critical and very serious about what the project would amount to, and she didn't want to be responsible for its failure if she took some days off to recuperate. So every day she continued working on the project until the dead of night. One late evening, she went out to pick up her medication, in addition to something to help her stay awake. But she was sick and overworked. The combination of the prescription side effects and the supplements caused her to collapse. No one was around to see her fall. When she was found the next day, she was covered by a blanket of fresh snow. It was too late. She froze to death during the cold winter night. If someone was with her, this would not have happened. But she died out there, all alone. All because we kept our relationship a secret. We had plans to move in together. We even talked about having our own small family. Some things are just not meant to be, it seems. Some things are just not meant to be, it seems. If I had to identify the moment life started to going downhill, losing Amelia would be it. My heart was ripped out in that moment, and now only emptiness remains. It's like a wound that never closes. Maybe you saw those pictures in my apartment. Even my home is a reminder of her. We were going to move into that apartment together. And this tie I'm wearing, I got it from her as well. When she gave it to me, she said that it was red like her scales. As long as I wore it, she would be with me, in a way. For so long, I've been holding on to her with all my might. I wish I could stop, because I know it's killing me. But I've been doing it for so long that I don't think I can. Yet in some way, holding on to Amelia has helped me. When I looked back at all those happy memories we made, Amara's bullying hurts a little less. If only because those memories hurt so much more. And I would love my job if it wasn't for Amara. It's a constant struggle, a battle I have to fight every day. Each of her words slices through me, creating new wounds on top of others that never closed. Some days I don't want to do it anymore. I don't know how much longer I can. This is a very pretty shot. These leaves, so these are leaves though, these aren't flowers. It's not like these are trees in bloom. So it's not like a dogwood tree or a cherry blossom tree or a plum tree or a crabapple tree. It looks like not a maple tree, but not a maple tree exactly, but like a maple tree but with pink leaves. It's very strange. I'm not sure if there's anything that can fill the void. Pink lemonade tree. Yeah. So this bottom option sees his good ending, I think. So I'm not going to do it. Because we're here for the bad ending. No, I don't think I could. Not with a stranger. Lemonade sounds very good right now. Thank you, Wolf. Getting all of that off my chest really helped a lot. No problem, Remy. Whoops. Anything else on your mind? Well, there was the whole thing about Anna. Yeah, you mentioned that last time. I don't remember him mentioning this. Are you still worried about what she was working on? Not as much. I guess whatever she was doing is over now. But who knows what went on in her lab. I imagine we'll hear all about it once the police search it and her apartment. I guess there's not much use thinking about it, especially now she's out of the picture. Oh, that was supposed to be... Oh, well, fuck. In the end, I can't help but feel a little sorry for her, too. With her condition, I imagine that the Ministry's disapproval must have been a tough pill to swallow. What are you talking about? She had cancer. I see. With that kind of diagnosis would drive some people crazy. Maybe that's what it did to her. Having to live with that knowledge must have been difficult. Remy paused and gave me an embarrassed smile. Quite a bit of time had passed since you arrived, and you've barely been able to speak. I've been talking a lot. No, don't skip ahead. Fuck off. I don't mind. There must be a lot on your mind, too. Not really. Since I work with Amara, I know all the details surrounding you and Reza. Not many do. Many rumors are going around town. All this time, you've been working with our police? Yeah. And now you're hunting the person who was supposed to be your partner. That must be really hard for you. I came here because I wanted to do the right thing. Nothing about that has changed. What kind of person is Reza anyway? Should. Oh yeah, she's dead. Okay. The kind that stops at nothing to achieve what he believes in. I can see that. We've already witnessed just how far he will go. What do you think about him? Honestly, I'm not sure. Back home, this relentless quality of his was admired, but I certainly don't condone his his actions. Given what I know about him, I think he must have a reason, as weird and twisted as it may be. And what about you? I have my own principles. I see. How's your hunt for Reza going anyway? Not too great. We don't have any strong leads or any idea of his whereabouts. In the end, we're just following his trail of murder and destruction. People are getting afraid. The rumors are starting to take effect. I thought Amara was going to give a press conference to warn the public. That didn't happen. She feared the potential backlash if people knew about Reza while you were still here, so, for the time being, he has been declared as a missing person. The public has been informed that if anyone sees him, they are to call the police immediately. They were told he may be suffering from an affliction that makes him behave erratically. But some people are putting two and two together. No one has seen Reza for a while, even before he was officially declared missing. It's easy to line up the timelines and see that the murders started happening shortly after he vanished. What we know about the break-ins and thefts is also damning. The objects stolen all point towards Reza. I'm not sure how much longer they can keep this a secret. How do you think the public will react, considering that I am staying here? I don't know. We can't really predict the public opinion, but you can bet there will be critical voices. I'm not sure how I could convince everyone that I'm not involved with Reza's plans. I need to stretch. Ah! Well, you have the council's support. Even if Amara voiced that you were on our side, it wouldn't be so bad if the public's found out.
Yeah, but she also made it clear that she believes most people won't have the same opinion. She won't support me publicly if their vote is against me.
That is true. Amara plays the political game a lot. She aligns with the popular opinion, so people will like her.
It's very dishonest.
It is, but that's who she is.
Does the public know about the portal's current state?
No, if it can be fixed, it wouldn't be worth mentioning. And if they can't fix it, they aren't going to announce before they know how to deal with the current situation. Compared to Reza, it's not really a problem.
It might become one pretty soon. If word gets out I'm suddenly his accomplice, what would happen to me? How would you even deal with Reza if you caught him?
I'm not sure. I suppose we would have to work something out between our legal system and whatever humanity has to say on the matter.
And if the portal is done for, what then?
Then humanity would be out of the picture for any legal proceedings. Reza would likely be held until contact has been reestablished, or just serve his sentence here.
I see. How do your jails work exactly?
Well, if a crime has been committed and proven without a doubt, a jail sentence can be the consequence. Our delinquents live in a separate area from the rest of society, monitored at all hours of the day. They receive the help they need, and efforts are taken to make them realize their wrongdoings and integrate them back into our community. Life isn't that much different there than it is here. The spaces are more cramped, for sure, but mostly it is just a very controlled environment.
That's not much of a punishment.
It is a consequence, not necessarily a punishment. Our society at large benefits more from people who are rehabilitated, and if mental issues are the cause, those can at least be found and addressed.
It sounds like how it used to be back home. These days in our city, you get 3 strikes.
What does that mean?
3 infractions of our rules and you get thrown out of the city. If someone is a drain on our limited resources, we won't support them.
Well, I can understand why you need to incorporate such a policy. The finality of it makes me a bit uneasy.
It has worked so far, and it's not as if the outside is completely unkind. Someone expelled from the city might find a different community or join one of the mobile groups. The situation inside our city-state is still much better than the outside, though. They're very strict with those allowed to live there. It is a privilege. Anyone or anything that threatens the inside society or the lives of its people is removed very quickly.
How would a murder like Reza be dealt with? An eye for an eye?
No, we don't do that, but murder is a crime so heinous that immediate expellation. Expellation? What the fuck? Expulsion is the consequence, regardless of prior infractions.
I see. What do the citizens think about this system?
Some agree with the method, some don't, but as long as it works, people don't complain. Weeding out undesirable elements is what keeps their standard of living intact.
I guess that means politics don't play a big role where you come from.
No, they won't change a working system.
It varies here, but I'm tired of Amara and her games. As I work with her, I can see exactly how she plays the public. I know every council member has their own approach, but everything she does is so tailored towards the public's expectations. For her, it's just a popularity contest.
You know what? That gives me an idea.
Really? What is it?
The human visit and all of the associated consequences are her responsibility, right?
Yes.
For her, this situation with Reza must be utterly horrifying. She keeps talking about preventing backlash, but she's really just trying to protect herself.
That sounds accurate.
Maybe we can use that to her advantage.
How?
She can't send me back to my world right now. That makes me the only one here with knowledge of Reza and humans in general.
That's true.
If I speak from this point of authority, we should have a much easier time convincing her of anything we want.
You couldn't convince her to let her stay in our world, though. Yes, but I was trying to use reason and plead with her. I didn't take into account her fear of public backlash. I think we can manipulate this fear of hers and use it to our advantage. If there were consequences to fear from Reza, me, or the rest of the community, and those consequences would make her look bad to the public, that would be reason for her to reconsider any action, right? I suppose so, but what situation would this apply to? She nearly sent me back through the portal. If she tries anything again, at least we can have something we can use against her. I think I see where you're coming from. Reza is still a mystery to me, though, and all things considered, wouldn't it be beneficial for him to just stay here? No offense, but even our prisons offer a better standard of living than your city. As such, couldn't that be a reason for him to have vandalized the portal? I don't think so. You're right, your world is in much better shape than ours, but even if Reza could stay here, he wouldn't. He came here for the same reason I did, to help our people. He has a very pronounced sense of duty to humanity, and I believed him when he stepped through the portal. He proclaimed that he would do everything he could. When I met him again in this world, I had the impression that he wanted to get our mission over with as soon as possible so he could return to our world with aid. It's going to be difficult with the portal out of order. The person who did it probably didn't realize it wasn't a very good idea. This might make Reza even more desperate. Who knows what he will do next. And if anything happens, I can't leave either. If the portal is gone for good, I suppose you'd have to stay here. What do you think about that? I'd love living here. Everything I've heard about this place is so wonderful compared to back home. That's good to hear. I certainly wouldn't mind if you stuck around. Ear blushes. Oh, it's so great. Only now do I realize that everything I told you earlier must seem so petty compared to the struggles you face. Don't say that. Why not? It's not how it works. That's like saying a person can't be happy because someone else might be happier than them. Don't downplay your own suffering like that. That kind of thinking only makes it worse. Thanks, Wolf. I can't even imagine what life must be like where you're from. Oh my god, my throat. The back of my throat. My throat. My throat hurts me. Hates me. Back home, I was just trying to survive and help others do the same. That hasn't changed. I'm almost afraid of going back to the city, though. Times are so rough. Oh, whoops. Yet even if I didn't have to go back, I would. I can't just let them down like that, you know? I have to try and do what I can. That's why I came here. I wish I could be that strong. Who says you can't? I don't know, You told me about your old job. Yeah, I miss those days. What about it? It's not exactly the same as saving a city, but you were helping people, right? That's true. Maybe one day, once your term with Amara is over, you could do something like that again. I really wish I could. Can I ask you a question? Of course. How big's your dick? No. Do you even like me? There must be a reason why you've put up with me for this long. What are you talking about? Do you consider me a friend? Or maybe more? I like you as more. Is that so? In that case, well... The summer festival is coming soon. It's an event we hold in town every year. We've got fireworks and all kinds of shows. It might be fun for you to experience a different part of our culture. What do you say? Would you like to accompany me? I'd love to, but I can't promise I won't have other obligations at that time. I see. Well, I'll call you and we'll see if I can work it out around our schedules. Sure thing. Then it's settled. I probably should get going now, though. Thanks for hearing me out, Wolf. Likewise. It's over. It's over. My throat is no longer fucked. Status. She's dead. She's fine. He's probably going to die next. I wouldn't be surprised. Fuck. I think I might do this, get some well-deserved rest, and just skip this. Loss, okay. So this, I think Lorm's gonna die. I think. Man, my throat hates me. My throat hates me. Hey, Wolf. Hey, bitch. Right on, need a clockwork. Need a good tea with honey. Oh, we do have honey. I might take you up on that. I might do that. I might do that. I might do that. Clocks are reliable, and reliable is good in this line of work. I got something. I have a look from this. These are the results. Dead. Okay. I'll skip ahead. Yep. And I have a pink. Oh, that's funny. Oh god. Okay, I'm gonna have to post that in the Discord. Give up early bargaining chip. And I'll do it. Because I don't want Bryce to die. Source of the noise, it's a bomb! Would you believe me? I'll be sure not to miss it then. Okay, Yep, Lorm's dead. Fuck. Take the PDA to the library. Because I get to meet with... Doesn't look like... Oh, never mind. Excuse me. Can I help you? Do you not avoir the audio section news? I'm looking for some shit music. Sorry, I have no idea. I don't even work here. Oh, don't worry about it. The staff all seem to be hiding somewhere. Anyway, have a good day. You too. Aggressively French dragon. Maybe Remy is somewhere in the back or in his office. Hello? You know, this section is usually for staff only. I'm just looking for Remy. I'm supposed to drop off this PDA. Well, he is not working today. Apparently, he has other engagements. If you need to find him, you can probably do so at his home. Can't I just leave the PDA here? Oh, I'm not going to take responsibility for this if he gets lost. If you want to drop it off, go find him. Okay. By the way, I hope you do not take it personally that I tried to send you away. To be honest, I am glad you're still here. Remember that I believed you when you told me your side of the story. I always have to do what is in the public's best interest. And they will not blame me if you have any connection with Reza. I hope you can understand. Here's Remy's address. Fuck off.
Hello, Wolf. What are you doing here? I came by to give you this. I see.
PDA. I'm gonna skip through this. I don't want to talk so much.
Take the eggs to the hatchery. When I heard a voice call it. Hello there. Unfamiliar face. Kevin, I think is his name.
Hi, I'm Kevin. Hey, I'm Kevin.
Wolf, nice to meet you.
Could I perhaps interest you in our Midwest institution?
Is this some kind of religious thing?
Not at all. It's a college.
Sorry, but I already got my degrees.
Yeah, I know. It was just a joke.
Oh, so me going to college is a joke now? I'm not good enough, is that it? Yeah, it's Fluffy Durg.
It's Fluffy Durg. It's Fluffy Durg. I want to cuddle him. Not at all. Even if you wanted to study here, I don't think you'll be with us long enough to make use of it.
I think that came out wrong. You're lucky I won't take this the wrong way. Don't be a dick to Kevin. Fuck you. Fuck me. Fuck me. Why am I being such a dick to Kevin?
Via.
So you're a recruiter for this college?
No, this is just my summer job. Once the semester starts up again, I'll actually be attending to get my degree in psychology.
College. Wonderful times.
Is that sarcasm?
Maybe. I didn't even know you had colleges here, though.
Well, you do now.
Why do you even approach me if you know I'm not going to go to college here? Don't tell me it's because I'm human.
I was actually trying to talk to that old lady who walked by, but once you turned around, there was no going back.
Oh, well, thanks for not making things awkward.
Hey, I treat everyone nicely until I have a reason not to.
That's good customer service.
Sure, but it's not just for the job, you know. That's just me.
Why didn't you come over to my place later? I'd love to hear more about what college is all about.
Then you found the right person for the job.
I can't promise anything right now, but maybe I'll see you another time.
For sure. I also have to finish this up here, but after that I'm free.
Alright, I'll let you know.
I'm here all day and tomorrow, so it shouldn't be hard to find me.
Okay, theoretically, yes. However, my throat is sore enough to where I don't think I'll actually I don't think I'll actually follow him up on this. I need to work up my vocal endurance back up again. Because when I go not streaming for long enough, my throat gets sore from all the talking, especially with Angels with Scaly Wings, because I have to voice everything, or at least I don't have to voice everything, but I feel compelled to voice everything. Great, I have to get going now, but I'll be sure to let you know if anything's up. I do promise you, though, I will meet him probably during one of the good endings, when we start to go through those.
Sure, see ya.
I do have his achievement because I've done him already, but yeah.
Hey Wolf, what are you doing here?
I just came by to drop these off.
Drop what off?
Stolen eggs. I figured the hatchery.
Emily, stop chewing my leg. It tasty. Young child. Oh well.
Emily. Amelia Emily. Amelia is... And the...
I have the feeling that she's more important to something else, to one of the major storylines, but I don't know if, like, she's the child between Remy and Anna, or Remy and Amelia. Emily sounds a lot like Amelia, so, oh well. Take this off your hands, no problem. Okay. And that should be all. It curves, yes. I want to skip ahead from this, yeah. Because I've been through that so many fucking times. Here's apartment. Messages. Oh. Hello, this is Remy. I wanted to remind you about the summer festival. It will start any day now, so I hope you can make it. It would be nice to go there with you. I'm not sure how you feel about this, but I usually try to avoid crowds. In any case, please let me know if you want to go. Summer festival, huh? Meet with Remy. Oh, that must be him. No, I don't want to skip this one. Okay. Remy, what's that on your face? Don't you know what it is? Well, it looks like lipstick, but I didn't know that was a thing here. You're right, it's lipstick. It's not something that existed in this world before, though. How did you get some, then? I have... Oh! Oh! Okay! Interesting! Okay. Okay. I have one of your PDAs, remember? I studied a bit and came across the entry on lipstick. Based on the necessary ingredients, I realized I could make some myself, and so I did. Did you do this to look pretty for me? I just figured you'd miss these kinds of things. Things that are normal for you. It hasn't really been normal back home in quite a while. Lipstick isn't common these days. Didn't the entry specify it's typically used by females? Now that you mention it, I did get that impression, but I found the sentiment a bit puzzling. Why would a product like this only be used by one gender? Well, I guess social norms dictated that certain traits are only desirable in one gender, thus highlighting them like this would increase the attractiveness. Oh, I get it now. It's all based on sexual dimorphism. The biological differences between the sexes are much greater in your species than it is in ours, so I suppose the traits you are looking for can be different too. Generally speaking, sexual dimorphism is much greater in mammals than it is in reptiles. While it can vary wildly by species, external indicators are pretty much always present, like memories, for example, an always present and often obvious reminder. This makes so much more sense now. It's kind of embarrassing. Should I get rid of it? I'm conflicted. I feel if he were dressed more appropriately, to suit it, I do think it would look better. I'm gonna say no, though. No, leave it on. It's not as if people here would know about its history. I suppose that's true. Besides, the one thing about female males wearing it isn't really a hard rule. And there are males who do it too. Anyone can wear it if they want to, really. Ah, shit, yeah, it does match the tie. Well, if you say so. Still, it's kind of uncomfortable, so I think I'd rather take it off. Uncomfortable? I suppose it's not really suited for our scales. Oh, he took it off anyways. That's a little disappointing, but oh well. Here, that should do it. Shall we go then? Actually, it seems we're pretty early. They're probably still setting up. I see. We could just stay here in the meantime. Oh, for sure. I just realized I haven't actually been in here since I prepared the apartment for you. Have you read any of the books I got you? Oh, so you're the one who stocked the bookshelf. They're all library books. I wanted to provide you with a good sample of what we have to offer, so there should be something in there for anyone. Looks like you've read a few of the books in the Sheridan series. They're pretty interesting. Oh, really? Another, not exactly highbrow, but they're entertaining. And what more do you want a book to be? I guess we all have our own tastes. Can I offer you some food or drink? I've barely used any of the stuff in the kitchen. Why not? I didn't want to touch anything that didn't at least resemble something I know. After all, I have no idea how to prepare them right, or even know if they are safe for me to eat. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to get you all those perishables then. I wanted to provide you with a bit of everything, considering I had to prepare the apartment for someone I didn't really know much about. Yeah, okay. Oh, some of them were good. It's interesting to taste the subtle and sometimes not so subtle differences in the similar fruits we have back home. Did he throw anything out? Not really. Why do you ask? You've been here for nearly 2 weeks now, so if some of them were safe for you to eat, they probably aren't anymore. Let me clean out your closet, and we don't want to have any health hazards for you here, after all. Well, feel free. Just look at this! He showed me a juicy-looking, vaguely spherical fruit. His bright red color was unlike any other fruit I had ever seen. That's a very bright red. I don't think even our best apples could compare. Well, they're usually blue. Red means you're supposed to throw them away, as they have expired, and by then, and toxins might have already set in. Oh well, I wasn't planning on eating it anyway. Or this one, it's all moldy. I don't see any mold. Don't you see these spots? Sure, but if that's supposed to be mold, it looks very different from the mold we have back home. I see. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to stock up on perishables. I didn't consider all the implications of doing something like this. Had you eaten the wrong thing, you could be in a hospital right now. Don't stress yourself about it. Honestly, someone would have to be pretty reckless to just go ahead and start munching on things they don't know about. If anyone was smart enough to be sent here, they probably wouldn't take a risk like that. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Nevertheless, I better get rid of everything that's past its date. We don't really want the mold in the air either. If you say so. Once more, he dove into the closet. I heard rummaging around as he checked the fruits and vegetables thoroughly. That should be everything. Thanks. I bet the wine didn't go bad, though. Do you want some? I'm not really a big fan of wine. How come? I just can't really enjoy it as some others do, I suppose. I'm willing to try anything at least once, though. Anything? Well, at least as far as food and drinks are concerned. Let's try some together, then. Well, if you want to. Sure. What kind of wine is this, anyway? I'm not sure. I just grabbed it when I got all the other stuff. Don't tell me you just went for the cheapest one. Of course not. Everyone knows you don't just buy the cheapest stuff. You go for the second cheapest. That has come up a lot here. I feel. It being the second cheapest bottle of wine. Oh well. What kind of container should I get for you anyway? We're having wine, so let's go for wine glasses. The stem actually makes it possible for me to grip it with my vestigial thumb. So there shouldn't be any problems. That's good to know. Here you go. What shall we drink to? To life, fly high. Oh, that's such a good song. A wonderful friendship. Alright. To a wonderful friendship. I took a sip from my wine glass. Remy really hadn't been kidding about getting the second cheapest bottle, because that was exactly what it tasted like. How do you like it? Must be an acquired taste, I think. How about you? It's alright. It's okay. I mean, you can't really expect much from a cheap bottle of wine. I see. Just look at the time. I think we could start heading to the festival now. Sure, let's go. This is strange. Usually there'd be a crowd by now. Do you think they canceled it? With Reza still being out there, maybe they thought it wasn't a good idea to have a public spectacle like this. Cancel the summer festival? Inconceivable. It doesn't really look like a festival is going on right now, though. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I think I know this guy. Let's go and ask him. Hi, Wolf. How can I help you? We were just planning on going to the festival, but it doesn't seem like there's much going on here yet. You came to the right place, but the festival is not starting for another hour at least. What? But the festival has always started at this time. You must have missed the memo then. They moved it by an hour. Something about the daylight and making the fireworks more visible as a result. Oh, that's a shame. And I'm kinda getting hungry too. I can help you with that. What are you selling? Skewers, meatballs, all kinds of grilled things, really. That sounds good right now, honestly. Well, I could go for some meatballs. How about you? Meatballs! Give me them meaty balls. No problem. Just let me back this up for you. I guess that makes us your first customers of the day. What do I owe you? For you two, it's free. It's very kind of you. Thank you. Have fun at the festival. Thanks. So what do we do now? Should we go back? Well, we're already here and we got all this stuff. Let's just sit down somewhere. Sure. Klav Kalash. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna look that up. Klav Kalash. Meat on a stick. Oh, it's a Simpsons reference. Only authentic Klav Kalash. I have not watched. I don't watch a lot of The Simpsons. I hadn't had the opportunity all that often to watch it, so. Greasy meat stick. I don't know, I'd try that. But yeah, I haven't watched a whole lot of Simpsons, So, we went off to the side as more dragons arrived and started setting up their various booths. These are rice fields. How are the meatballs? They're actually pretty good. How about your stuff? It's great. I'm surprised, honestly. You never know which stuff, with stuff that comes out of food carts. Okay. You're right. Maybe we got lucky. Or maybe because it's still fresh. Who knows? What was that about? Fireworks, though. Is the big show coming up later? Oh no. The festival is just getting started. And there are fireworks every day, but the big show is what everyone wants to see. That is only happening in a few days. It officially concludes the festivities. I see. A while later, the festival had kicked off, and the crowds were really coming in. Dragons of all shapes and colors filled the paths, ready to see the sights the festival had to offer. Booths lined up the sides of the way. It reminded me a lot of a typical carnival setup, with the booths being filled with shops, food stands, games, and much more. Seems the festival has already started. Let's go. You know what? How about we just stay here? I really don't like crowds. I've seen the festival so many times already. I'd rather just stay here with you. Aw. I thought you wanted to show me around, but I suppose we can just stay here if you'd prefer that. The main attraction is always the big fireworks show at the end of the festival, and that one is not going to happen today anyway. So why do we need to come here in the first place then? Is something wrong? I just had to realize that as nice as it is right now, you'll have to leave this world again eventually. I've been alone for such a long time now, I didn't even have a single friend. In my job, I always have to smile when serving the customers. How could I... Oh, shit. Oh, no, I didn't... Okay, good. How could I be surrounded by people all the time, yet feel so alone? All those people have their own lives, families, friends, and relationships. Yet I had none of that. In a world where everyone else seemed to be happy, I was the odd one out who had to pretend in order to belong. How could that not have eaten away at me day after day? Yet one day I heard about the plans of humans coming here. Like many others, I was very excited at the prospect of our myths coming true. And then the day came when Reza stepped through the portal, amidst the pomp and fanfare. All the pomp and fanfare you could imagine. It was quite a sight to behold, really. You wouldn't believe how much joy I felt during the moment. Amara, of course, took all the limelight she could. First, there was a big speech in front of a huge crowd, then a procession after she had officially welcomed Reza. When it was time for you to arrive, it was decided that it wouldn't be a public event this time due to security concerns. I knew that Amara wasn't going to be there if she wasn't able to make it all about herself. I begged her to let me do it, just to be able to get this close to a human at least once, to talk with them and see what they were like, to experience them. She told me that if I did a few favors for her, I could be the one to greet you. I knew that she wasn't going to be there anyway, but if I didn't do what she wanted, she would just send some other lackey instead. So I did everything she asked for. She did keep her word though, and in the end, I was the one who would introduce you to this little world of ours. She may be a prick, but at least she keeps her word. It might not have seemed like much to you, but with just us two and no one else being there, it was really something very special for me. It was not just some public spectacle like the summer festival or Reza's arrival, but for the first time in so long, I felt like that moment was about you and me, and no one else. For someone in my position, it just made me very happy to have such an extraordinary thing happen to me. Of course, I was very curious to see how much our myths would line up with reality, and I was even more overjoyed when you visited me in the library. When you accepted my invitation and came into my house, I was just glad to have you there. It seemed like you wanted to be there and weren't just someone out to use me in some way. I began to feel hope. When I met you in the park, I think the only reason I could tell you everything about myself was because I knew you were going to leave again eventually. And now, after all of this, I can hardly believe you're still here with me. Okay, that was all Remy. I didn't miss anything. Oh, shit. Why wouldn't I be? You're just so nice to me. Yet even after the time I got to spend with you, it seems that soon I'll have to let you go again. At least I got to know you. Can't be all that bad. Ever since I came here, I've met plenty of lovely people, all with their own relationships, struggles, and dreams. I know you think you've been alone here all this time, but don't go back to that kind of thinking when I'm gone. Rather, why don't you take it as an opportunity? Now that we're here, who's to say that you won't be able to find others once I'm gone? I know you're still stuck for a while because of your job, but after that, have you considered a change of scenery? You could move to a different place with all new people and opportunities. Who knows what you might find elsewhere? Ugh. A completely new start? I like that idea. But enough about me. I'm not gonna skip, as much as it pains my throat. What will you do once you get back to your own world again? I'm not sure. I don't even know what will happen to me when I return. These last few days, a lot of things have happened that have changed my perspective on what I'm doing here, Reza, and those who sent me. Is that a bad thing? I don't know yet. At the very least, though, I can say that I've done what I believed was right. You should be careful with rhetoric like that. What do you mean? That kind of talk makes it very easy to justify any means when it serves the right cause, whatever that may be. The more important thing is, have you done anything that you might regret? No matter what you think, keep in mind that you may be held accountable for your actions by others or even yourself. Don't just do something because you think it's for the right reasons. Do it when you're aware of the possible consequences as well. You're right. I have no way of knowing what my actions here will amount to once I return. Do you really wish to go back to your own world? If I didn't, it would only serve to strain the relationship we've been trying to build with your people here, which is something that could be elementary for our survival. Besides, I didn't do it for those who reign over the city back home, or those who might have wanted to betray me. Let's not forget, even under the worst regimes, there are just normal people trying to survive too. If I have the power to make a difference for them, would it be right for me to just leave them be in order to seek my own happiness? That's exactly the kind of thing you were talking about, right? In the end, we all have to make our own decisions. If I leave them behind, then I leave them to people like Reza and those who sent me here. What would you want to do? Overthrow them? I don't even have the complete picture myself right now. How could I even consider what to do, given what I know? What I do know, though, is that if I don't do what they expect of me, there will be consequences. Maybe you'll just have to wait and see. It's not an option right now. Reza is still out there, armed and dangerous. Don't you think that's a matter better left to our police force? It could be very dangerous for you to interfere. It's far too late to reconsider. Throat, god damn it. I've already been tangled up in this too much. Besides, I can't stop now. Don't forget how many is killed already. He won't hesitate to do it again in order to reach his goal. In the end, it's my duty to stop him. If I don't, how would your people look at humanity? How could I face you again knowing that my negligence could cause suffering and loss for others here if I just stopped now? I wish I could be brave as you. I don't think bravery has anything to do with it. He must be stopped one way or another. I know. Just be careful, alright? I'll try. We've been here for a while now. How about I walk you back to your apartment? What about the festival? Well, if you still want to go, we could catch the big fireworks show in a few days. That's an idea. Alright, let's do that. I watched Remy as he got up again, stretching himself in a way that reminded me of a cat before we prepared to leave again. Very quickly. I'm going to save this image just before I forget. As expected, people always get hungry at these events eventually. Can I offer you some more meatballs? No thanks, I'm quite full from my earlier helping.
How about you, Wolf?
Tempting offer, but we're just about to call it a day.
I see. Are you going to watch the big fireworks at the end of the festival?
That's the plan.
Indeed, big Durg stretch.
Stretchy Durgs. The Durgs, they'd be stretching. I'd be stretching now. Oh, God. Oh, my back. Oh.
Be sure not to miss it. You haven't seen anything until you see the fireworks.
That's what everyone keeps telling me. Because it's true. Anyway, we should probably get going.
Have a good day then.
You too. And here we are again.
Indeed.
Did you want to clean out my bathroom cabinet as well or something?
That's a good one.
He gave a big sigh. You know how I feel. I guess I just wanted to make the most of this day. Speaking of which, I've never actually seen you without your tie. Well, actually. How about now?
You're pretty cute, you know that?
Is that just a term of endearment, or are you actually serious?
I am serious.
He looked at me, hesitating, then he took a step forward, his head slowly moving closer to my own. Kiss him. We met, and my arms enveloped his neck as our lips touched. For a few seconds, we were closer than ever before. During the kiss, he used a lot more tongue than I expected. Well, that's good to know. Just after we parted, he finished by giving me a small lick on the cheek. He's a very tonguey kisser. How was that? Unique, that's for sure. Maybe I shouldn't wear the tie anymore if this is what happens when I take it off. Actually, I think you should keep it. Really? Yeah, it looks good on you. Well, if you say so. Anyway, it's getting really late, so I should probably get going now. Don't forget about the fireworks.
Oh, for sure.
I'll see you then.
Until we meet again.
Thank you for everything. Whoa! We kissed a Durg! Another free day. Rest. Duty.
Yep, he's dead. A night of turbulent dreams. Let's bring Remy. I will be right back. Just give me like 2-3 minutes. Ah. back. Ugh. Okay. Through part of the end section, I do think I'm going to rush it a little bit as well. Just because a lot of it is just very samey. Are you ready to see the fireworks? My body is ready. Alright, let's go. Ah, fuck. For some reason in my jeans, like, they're... You know how sometimes you get, like, dry grass in pants? And it kind of rubs up against you? I think I have that, and it's very uncomfortable. After a few minutes of walking, we arrived at a rather empty-looking area near the edge of town. Looks deserted to me. I thought everyone was watching the fireworks. They are, but they're doing it somewhere else. I don't really like the crowds, and I think you would appreciate me leading you here if you knew what they were like. Better safe than sorry, at any rate. Oh, better safe than sorry than at any rate. That's what I'm thinking. This reminds me a bit of the night I arrived here. Everything was dark and empty, and it was just us walking through the landscape. Yeah, you're right. I think it's starting. Now watch. We were quiet as we waited in the stillness of the night enveloped us. I soon heard the sound of the first rocket making its way into the night sky, after which it exploded in a pattern of colors. More rockets followed, their thunderous noise echoing through the land. Woo, fireworks. Suddenly, a terrible realization. Remy, what is it? I know where Reza is. Didn't you call the police? We don't have time! I'm not sure if I could fight him. You're right, if you were probably there, he wouldn't hesitate to shoot. Let's do that. Go! Where is he? Where should I go? The portal, he'll be there. Okay. I remember the portal. Reza was still there. Like I said, I'm going to skip through a bunch of this. His body was still warm. Ah ha ha ha, I am evil. It's also to save my throat. Those creatures. Ah, you daft fool. I'm evil. I don't care if the dragons die, because I am a prick. How could I do this? Ah ha 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 ha. It's not as bad as you might. Get me up, friend. Ah ha 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 ha. Evil British voice. This is just very samey. So I am going to skip through this. Pettiness and politics. Come on. There's... Only now do I realize how much fucking dialogue there is. Suddenly. Oh. I mean, what are you going to do? You can't stop me now anyway. I'm not going to do his voice because I think it's gonna... Or maybe I can. Maybe I can. Yeah, that feels so weird. Suddenly, Maverick and Remy appeared. You planned this, didn't you, Wolf? Traitor! I think I'd let you distract me with such a cheap trick, just because I thought there was still a shred of humanity within you.
He pulled out a gun, not sure which of us he should be aiming at. Just let me go and I'll forget this thing ever happened. You got 6 bullets for 3 people. Do you think you can really do that, Reza? Do you think this is worth risking your life for? I've been risking my life every day for the last 2 weeks. Generator, belong to humanity. I thought Remy's expression changed. Suddenly, the administrator came out of the shadows in the hallway behind Reza. No, they belong to me. Female voice. No, they belong to me. Confused, Reza spun around, aiming his gun at the newcomer who's so... Who the fuck are you? You can't stop all of us. If you say so. He pulled the trigger and the administrator fell to the ground with a dull thud that knocked her mask off. Mortified by the display before me, I found myself unable to move as the events of the following seconds unfolded before my eyes. Reza was quick with his gun and shot Remy once before Maverick could charge him. Maverick pounced, snarling, and knocked Reza to the ground before embedding his teeth into the body before him. Despite his thrashing and screaming, Reza managed to find his target and pulled the trigger twice. Immediately, the jaws dislodged. Reza pulled himself a few feet away while Maverick's body convulsed uncontrollably. Holding his bleeding wound and breathing heavily, Reza looked at me. You're not going to help me, are you? Then it's futile. He raised his gun, aiming it at me while I regained my composure and tried to run. A single gunshot resounded through the hallway, and as soon as I heard it, a sharp pain shot through my back. I fell to the ground immediately. He continued pulling the trigger, but no more bullets came. After a few seconds of silence, I slowly turned around. Reza was leaning against the wall, his head slumped forward lifelessly. There should be more blood if he's bled out. Maverick's dead. She's dead. Maverick and the administrator, both lying in a pool of their own blood, were not moving. I crawled over to Remy and was glad to hear him breathing. He had been hit in the side, and I saw blood trickling from the wound onto the ground below him. He raised his head, looking at me with an expression of pain. You're wounded. So are you. We need to stop the bleeding. I put some pressure on his wound, momentarily halting the blood that was trickling down his body. Can you do this? Let me try. He felt around his side, trying to get the right grip before he applied pressure on his own. I let go, and after a bit of adjustment, Remy could stop the bleeding on his own for now. I took off my shirt and briefly considered whether I would be able to use it to dress Remy's wound, but I soon realized it was not long enough to wrap around him properly. Besides, if he couldn't walk for now, it would not make a difference anyway, and he would have to stay here until here while he held his wound shut. Instead, I used the shirt to curb my own bleeding, folding it and wrapping it around my abdomen tightly. Look, Reza is gone, and that other person. Remy was right. Both Reza and the administrator were gone. You have to go. Go and stop Reza. I need to find you some help first. I can't just leave you like this. Oh no! Angry Remy! Again. Can I do an angry Remy? Can I do an angry Remy? Don't you dare tell me you would be doing me any favors by saving me. If it's just going to be one of us, I don't want it to be me. You don't know how it is to live every day as I have, always wondering if the pain will ever stop or if things will ever change again. And when they finally do, you come along and tell me this. Don't do that to me. I'm not going through this again. What if you want me to do? What do you want me to do? This is bigger than us. Bigger than me. Just go. Go and stop Reza. Alright. But Reza's... Okay, that doesn't make sense? Wait, what? Oh, I misread this. I thought they meant, like, gone as in dead. Okay. Whoops. I hobbled to my feet and made my way back inside, just in time to see Reza vanishing through the portal. I made my way back to Remy to look for something to treat his wound. Given everything that had just transpired, I had no idea what was going to happen. I also wondered where the administrator had gone. I checked a few of the rooms and found a first aid kit that I used to treat both of us. Soon, however, I heard steps behind me. As I turned around, I was surprised to see another human face. It was a soldier. I guess? I don't know. Who are you? What are you doing here? I asked him. Oh, who are you? What are you doing here? I asked him. We're here to save you. Reza told us about everything, he replied. I didn't know what Reza had told him, but I certainly didn't want to leave just yet. I tried to protest and told them about Remy. And the soldier let me know that they would take care of it. For now, however, their orders were clear and I was to come with them immediately. Another soldier arrived and took the generator with him. Then they escorted me through the portal. After all this time, I wondered what would happen to our world and the dragons. I arrived on the other side, only to be met by a team of EMTs who were already expecting me. I was urged to lay down in a cot, which was quickly transported into the back of an ambulance. They took off my bandages and examined my wounds as I heard them calling out medical terms I didn't understand. A breathing mask was put on me, and I soon lost conscious. I wasn't sure what exactly Reza had told them, but with him dead and me wounded... Wait, so is he dead or is he not dead? What the fuck? Is he dead or not? Reza told us... So is he dead? Is Reza dead? Humanity decided to take what they thought was theirs by force, which included the underground building itself. Hoping for a diplomatic solution, the dragons retreated and borders were established, all within a matter of days. Yeah! The thousands of people living in our city were quickly relocated. For them, it was a better solution than any other. Here they had an already working infrastructure building and things looked just like they used to. I awoke from my induced coma. It was with the expected dose of confusion as I had to realize that the place was deserted and it hadn't been just the building, it was the entire city. Everyone was gone. Oh, okay. Maybe? Okay? I don't know. Whatever Reza had told humanity had been enough for them to ultimately decide to leave me behind as a traitor while they sought out their promised land. To their credit, they could have killed me, but just leaving me behind to my own devices was exactly the kind of punishment I would expect from them. I wasn't even sure how much time had passed since I returned. While they had permanently disabled the portal, I was at least able to find plenty of supplies they had left behind as I roamed the city to make a new life for myself. After a few days of checking building after building and getting to know my new surroundings, I was surprised to see a shadow flying overhead. It was a dragon. It's Remy! I already know it's Remy. Hey! Blinded by the sun, I couldn't quite make out the dragon before it landed and approached. It was Remy. Remy, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you for the last few days. Honestly, I wasn't sure whether I was going to find you at all. I don't even know how long it's been since I last saw you. Must have been a few weeks. Why did you come here? We need you. You have to tell them what really happened, what Reza did, and everything else. After you went back, the soldiers found me and I was interrogated. When they were negotiating with our council, they realized that Rez's account of what happened here differed a lot from what really went down. Of course, there are a lot of blanks they need to fill in too. They need to find someone who is willing to go back to find you, so I did. Besides, I owed it to you for everything you've done for me. Remy. I guess they realized the error they made by leaving you behind, but now all of us need you as a witness. You must tell them the truth. How's your wound? It's fine. I was patched up pretty well, all things considered. Come on, we've got no time to lose. The portal is just around the corner, but how are we going to get back? They deactivated it. I know, that's why they gave me something to repair it. Let's go then. A few minutes later, we arrived at the portal. I thought about alternative options, considering we would be able to use it now. Time travel came to mind, and while I knew about the portal's capabilities to do so, I had no idea now. Either way, I would do what I could to make things right. I watched as Remy reactivated the portal, using its interface with his somewhat clumsy paws. Oh, no! Oh, shit. Okay. Something's not right here. I can't find the other portal. A terrible realization hit me as I hoped for other possibilities. You said it was a few weeks since I last saw you, right? And you've been looking for me for how long? A week? Yes. Remy, I think I've got some very bad news. Not quite. I wouldn't say we get to keep the Durg. What is it? Suddenly, I heard someone approaching us from behind, and after I turned around, it was the administrator who stood before us. Female voice. I have finally found you. Come on, we need to go back. Back? They're all gone. What are you talking about? In the time you were here, the meteorite you knew about collided with Earth. The civilization you knew and the human settlement are no more. What? How? Reza knew this was going to happen. How ironic that Reza would drag himself through the portal in his gravely injured state to try and save humanity by telling them about the generator, you and the meteorite, only to fall on deaf ears about that last, crucial part. Now, they are all gone. I wasn't talking about returning to them, however, but going back to a time even before that, the day of your arrival. You want to use the portal for time travel? I knew about the possibilities, but doing it for real. Fascinating. Can Remy come with us? No, it's complicated enough as is. But I don't want to go. I don't think you realize what is at stake here. All the others you have met are dead. Their whole civilization was wiped out in one fell swoop, and their world lies in ashes. We can only go back to try and prevent this from ever happening. But it's alright, Wolf. Just go. You have to save them. Okay. Whoops. That is... Oh, okay. So it didn't change this, which I'm a little I don't know if I'm surprised or not. Technically, Bryce should be dead, though. Alright, I'll do it. Very well. Take your position, please. I stood in the middle of the portal, and after pressing a few buttons, the administrator joined me. What should I call you? She looked at me with a mild expression of bewilderment. Now that you don't wear the mask anymore, we can do without the code name. You can call me Izumi. I could see the faintest hint of a smirk. Not that it matters much. Once we arrive on the other side, you probably won't remember a thing. As I heard the familiar sound of the portal starting up, the last thing I saw was Remy watching us as he slowly undid his tie and slipped it off his neck. Yeah, we don't quite get to keep Remy. Yeah. I think there's some special art of him, like, walking alone in the wasteland. Or something like that. So yeah, he, and the achievement for getting his ending is called Alone. So it's implied that Remy continues alone and, well, dies alone. So, yeah. Well, that's Remy's bad ending. Guess what ending we're going to do next, Volk? Guess what ending we're gonna do next? Guess what ending? My throat hates me. my throat hates me. Oh god. We are not doing a character next. We have one last bad ending that is not a character. At least not technically a character. We'll be doing the evil ending next, Volk. The evil ending next. Where we're an asshole to everyone, and I think everyone dies, probably. And we do bad on all of the investigations, and it's evil. So, there's Amara. So we have them now. Gallery. Ooh! Oh! I don't know if we saw this. This is what we got from, Jong, I think. Because we listened to all of his music. Oh, shit, that's cool. Katsuharu's. This is Kevin's. I like this. What's in the box? Wouldn't you like to know, Volk? Honestly, I would too. But apparently, here's Amara's. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know what these, I don't know what these 7 are for. I am 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? I'm thinking it's for the good endings, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then the true ending, right? And then the, evil ending and the, yeah, the evil ending and the true ending. Oh, that's a shame. Something different. But, yeah, what's in the box? You know what? Let's end off with this. Let's have this as our, like, ending screen.
Um, and let's raid. Cume is still up, so I'm probably gonna raid into Cume. So, yeah. Oh god. My throat sucks. My throat is unhappy. Looks like who isn't streaming unfortunately the stream preview for Cume blocks whoever it is you said. Sancho. Yeah, they were streaming yesterday, right? They did Flight Simulator. I think I intended to watch their stream, but didn't. I know one thing that I did a lot yesterday. I watched a lot of movies yesterday. While I helped my brother with some 3D print stuff. So that's kind of one of the reasons why I didn't stream yesterday, why I was so late, but yeah. 5 seconds. Have a good night. We're gonna 3 seconds. Shit.
There's only one, or